Has it really been going this whole time? What's up, everybody? I guess I meant, has the song been not going and the stream was going this whole time? Welcome. I thought I had something queued up to roll right after that, but it didn't go. So I'm going to roll it right now, and then I'll be right back to begin this exegetical marathon stream. Very excited to be here, everybody. Today's going to be a great day. Got a lot of great guests lined up, and this is part one today. If you are new to Lacan, this is the perfect place to begin. I promise there's nowhere better on the internet to begin than here today. This is the week for you. And if you're very familiar with Lacan, then maybe this will just be fun. A fun way to test your knowledge. Not just like, oh, do you know all of this stuff, but how would you communicate about this stuff to an audience that doesn't know about this stuff, which is always the more important question at Theory Underground. Okay, with that said, I'm going to roll a PSA, and I'll be right back. Got to get my coffee and get ready to go.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McGuffin, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, you know, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried, and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy, and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, you know what, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world, but also the app was really expensive. And so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money. And with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. With that said, several subscribers did not migrate from the now defunct app to the new setup, and I'm guaranteed to lose people over time. So please, if you want to get involved, become a subscriber. If you're not even sure what this is all about but are just curious, then I've added tier 0 and tier 1 for very basic kinds of access to what we are doing behind the scenes. If you don't have any time or energy to get involved, but you do have some money to help support this project from afar, then please check out the Patreon. My patrons over at Patreon make the podcast and public YouTube possible. Thank you. As for once-in-a-lifetime events, check out the new poster for the American Idiots Theory Underground European Book Tour. Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford from April 27th to May 25th, 2024. 2 events are already fully booked out. Save a seat at an event by getting in contact with us ASAP. Finally, the call for proposals to our conference in Mexico.
What's up, everybody? TUCon 2024 update here. It's not happening in Mexico anymore, but it is still happening on October 24th through the 27th.
The change was made because a lot of the people that wanted to attend and that were expected to attend said they could probably afford to travel if they had more time advance notice. So save up for June 2025.
If you have to choose, right? Because this one that is happening this year is happening physically in Boise, Idaho, because we have a lot of collaborators and fellow travelers and co-instructors there. But you can attend virtually for this one. You won't be able to attend virtually next year. So yeah, if you have to choose, attend physically in 2025. The call for proposals already happened. The writing workshop for proposals already happened. You can still get the links to both of those. Just shoot us a message and ask for those links. We'll get you those. And the form goes live on June 1st, and the deadline is June 15th. So if you're attending physically, let me know ASAP.
Get in on it.
All right. Finally, last little thing here is to say thank you so much to my patrons over at Patreon. The Patreon is for people who are too busy to be students or subscribers at Theory Underground, but who want to see more.
Well, what's up, everybody? I cut off the patron shout out that I was doing right there because it's kind of meant for the end of videos. And obviously this is the beginning of a video. So what's up? Welcome, everybody. It is 7 a.m. where I am located. Great to have you all here today. I am currently in the process of getting Sean on here. He'll be on in just a second. I'm just going to say a couple of opening remarks. And we'll start with this. Lacan matters. For some weird reason, Lacan matters. And we're going to try to figure out why over the next couple of days. Now, if you've read my work, you might know some of the ways in which I engage with Lacan, might know some of the important concepts that I routinely use that I have gotten, well, I think probably from Lacan. But if you're pretty new, then you probably just hear terms like Objet, Petit, and the Phallus and castration and the Borremian knot and blah, blah, blah. And your brain just kind of shuts off. Or maybe you're one of those kinds of people who's like, ooh, I don't understand that. That's exciting. Something for me to dig into and figure out. And I think the biggest point of contrast at Theory Underground right now on the membership side would be Sean versus Jacob. And so I'm bringing on Sean first. This was not intentional. This is not like part of the plan, but I just think it's funny. But basically, well, I'll just bring you on right now, Sean, if that's okay. 3, 2, 1. Yay. What's up, man? How you doing? So, oh, sorry. What were you going to say? So, welcome. Why was I just setting you up as like the counter to Jacob? Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly.
Lacan writes like
Oh
there's a
shit.
method.
Oh shit. I'm sorry, man.
What?
Fuck. You were muted that whole time. Um,
Oops.
I'm
I'll
so
start over.
sorry. Yeah,
That's all good. Are you gonna ask me the question again when you unmute me?
they heard me, and you're back. So
Oh, okay, cool.
yeah,
Oh yeah, I was just saying that Jacob is seemed enthusiastic about the way Lacan writes, and I hate the way Lacan writes. But at the same time, I do see that there's kind of a method to the madness. Um, I just it's just not the method I would pick is all, and I wish it was a different method. But I get that there's some point to it.
yeah, and it's a tension that we all feel. Time energy fragility is real. We only have so much time to do so much. There's a lot of great thinkers out there. I feel like if someone accelerates me in my development of an understanding of Hegel or Heidegger or Kant, it's like okay, there's a there, and if they accelerate my entry into that, then eventually I can just read it on my own. But I get the impression with Lacan, there might be a there because the people who write about him are really good at making sense. But when I read it for myself, I don't, even though I've spent years doing it, it's like, I still am just like, what, like what? Like
Yeah.
the John Travolta meme where he's just like, like,
Well, and I'm not 100% convinced that that there's always because his thought changes over time. Everyone will acknowledge that, and
yeah,
I'm just like, which is not. I'm not. That's not a problem. It's just that I'm not always 100% convinced that you could get five different people to read the same Lacan seminar and come away with exactly the same idea. Not that that's ever the case exactly, but I'm just not 100% convinced that there's not like some ambiguity going on. But I don't know. I really don't.
Yep.
I haven't read enough,
100%.
but I'm not convinced is all I'm saying.
Yeah. And so I wanted to start this out with a skeptic. It just happened to also work for your time. So we'll get reading in a second. Everybody, exegeticals at Theory Underground, we read 70 to 80% of the time. We talk 20 to 30% of the time. There's no necessity for us to talk about the text that 20 to 30% of the time. It just pours out of us. It's guaranteed. The only reason we have that rule is so that we don't just talk the whole time, because that's too easy to do, because we're all a bunch of blabbermouths. And honestly, these kind of texts and ideas are super generative. Like, honestly, we could probably do a 2-hour conversation right now just about what we just started with, which is the whole thing about difficulty and whatnot. But we've already had exchanges on the Discord about this. We'll maybe come back to that theme later. But for right now, I want to shout out to Luke, who's in the chat, who said, by the way, that it ain't a TU stream without some technical difficulties. Who was also, by the way, letting us know Sean was muted. So thank you, by the way. Same with you, Swole. Thanks for letting us know. Great to have you, Spencer, as well as Christian and Mad Loop joining from India. Hey, good to see you. Good to have you. And yeah, I'm Karim is also here. Great to see you, Karim. So like half of you all are actually doing exegeticals or joining this effort today. And so you'll be picking up wherever we leave off, or wherever Sean leaves off when he's got to go. So let's just get down to it though. Lacan's concept of the object cause of desire, objet petit. This is the post by Michael Downs of The Dangerous Maybe that is on Medium. You can always just listen to 15 minutes of this or play it in the background and just see if it's interesting. And then if you want to actually understand it, come back and read it on your own later. This should be considered like a first pass or a skim, not a genuine reading. I've read this before. I get something new out of it every time. And the reason that we like Mikey when it comes to this kind of stuff is that he's the best, as far as we're concerned, at breaking it down. He's a student of Todd McGowan, of the podcast Why Theory, but also they have phone calls, and we've interviewed Todd plenty of times, and he's a friend of the channel. So Mikey's kind of like his one of his proteges. He's my favorite protege, and it's probably just transference, right? But no, I genuinely get so much out of when he's breaking down concepts. So that's my plug for the Dangerous Maybe blog. If you don't follow it, you're a poser. Get on it right now. I'm kidding. All right. You want to take it away here? Read the first couple. Let's play 3 puff pass. Each of us 3 paragraphs and then change out.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm a big fan of Jacques Lacan's work, and I've been studying his ideas for years now. I've taken online courses that have centered around Lacanian psychoanalysis and have engaged in countless conversations about it. I find that one concept in particular remains incredibly difficult for people to understand. Of course, the concept is that of objet petit a. Objet a, little a, object cause of desire, the Lacanian object, etc. Recently, I've had a few discussions with some philosophy students about Lacan, and the question concerning objet petit a is the main one they're interested in. What follows is my attempt to flesh out this concept. I'm far from being a Lacan expert, but I'm going to do my best to make sense of this concept for people who are new to Lacanian psychoanalysis. I might end up saying some things about objet petit a that Lacanians would disagree with, but I don't really care. I am willing to go out on an exegetical limb for the sake of clarification. If they can do a better job of fleshing out the concept in an introductory fashion, then I'd love to read it. Lacan's concept of objet petit a is deeply inspired by the ideas of other psychoanalysts, such as Sigmund Freud's lost object, Melanie Klein's partial object, and Donald Winnicott's transitional object. The French term objet petit a can be translated as object small o, but Lacanians usually leave it untranslated due to the fact that object small o sounds terrible and is of no real help in understanding what the Lacanian object actually is. In English, something like the little other object or little object of otherness might be a tad bit more helpful, but I think it's best just to go with the French term. In fact, Lacan himself said that it should be left untranslating, thus acquiring, as it were, the status of an algebraic sign. Translator's note, écrit a selection. First things first, objet means object, and petit means small. The A comes from how do you say that? I don't know. I can't understand how to pronounce French ever.
I just say otter. That's not proper French, but we're anglicizing. It's okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, I can't do French. The vowels confuse me.
If they don't like it, they have to become the imperial superpower. Until then, we get to anglicize
it. Facts. The A comes from otter, which is the French word for other. This is why the A would be translated as O. Lacan spent a lot of time thinking about various forms of otherness. The symbolic order, language, law, custom, etc. is referred to by him as the big other. The real otherness of the primary caregiver or the thing, das Ding, is another type of alterity. When it comes to the imaginary register with all its ego identifications and aggressive antagonisms, alter egos, other people, are others with a small o. And later on in this work, the little a o is that objet petit a is yet another type of otherness. Lacan really started to develop this concept of otherness around 1962 during his 10th seminar on anxiety, and it would occupy a privileged position in his work from then on. This was a big turning point in his work and hinges on his new ways of thinking about the real, objet petit a. For the later Lacan, the real is associated with many things, including drive, jouissance, symptôme, unconscious, fantasy, objet petit a, etc. Let's explore this little object of otherness.
Yeah, and so I would just throw in that, Lacan never really, I mean, he wrote essays and he wrote the Écrit, but the main place to read him is his seminars, because that's where he's clearest. Even then, he's hard to follow because he was an orator, a highly skilled one at that. He did a lot with silence and playing off of words and being coy and there basically you got extra points as an intellectual in France if the intellectuals in the room couldn't make sense of what you were doing, but then they spent the next 3 months digging into it, and then they were like, there is a there. So, and this 1962 seminar 10, seminar on anxiety, is the beginning of the phase that Todd McGowan, Slavoj Žižek, and Michael Downs all prioritize. They like seminar 10 through 16, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe Žižek and Mikey would correct me and say, no, 17 is in there. And also I like this other one as well. I think Mikey likes seminar 7. But the thing is Todd, who is like our Lacanian father in a sort of sense, he is like, no, it's seminar 10 through 16. And me, I don't have any skin in the game. I just will go, yes, Todd, you're right. So let's keep going.
I like it, Mikey's matter of factness about you might like the professionals might have a bone to pick with something I'm saying here and there, but yeah, fuck it.
Fuck them. Yeah, they're basically just like he's like I'd like to see you guys do better. Yeah.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah, instead of like, oh, you're gonna nitpick my post. No. Show me your Objet post. Let's compare. Yeah. And for those who saw him on the thumbnail, he's in a warehouse working in Raytown, Missouri right now. This is just what he does on his off time. All right. Let's be very clear. Objet Petit is not really an object in the standard sense of the word. It's not a physical object that can be weighed, touched, seen, etc. It's not like a chair or a tree. To talk like John Locke, it's not the sort of object that would possess primary and secondary qualities. That is, it's not the perceivable object of classical empiricism. This is why Lacan said the desires support in the fantasy isn't visible in what constitutes for man the image of his desire. This is from Seminar 10, Anxiety, page 35. Or to talk like Aristotle, the Lacanian object is not a substance. However, it does have certain relations to actual objects. In fact, one could say that it gets incarnated in specific objects. Yeah, I know, this all sounds extremely vague, but it will get clearer as we proceed. Now, physical objects are little others to us. We are not like rocks, hammers, and cups, but the otherness of Objet Petit is more significant than this sort of alterity. Okay, what sort of alterity? He's saying the alterity being the word for difference. So this sort of difference between humans and hammers, humans and cups, humans and rocks and trees. The point is that there's a difference between an ontological difference between humans and rocks, hammers, and cups. But we're talking about a different kind of difference when we're talking about the human and this little object. This little object of otherness would not exist if human beings did not exist. The Objet Petit only exists in the relation between humans and language. Okay, so what exactly is this other object that's not really an object? To answer this question, we must get clear on how it emerges, that is, where it comes from. In other words, we have to get an idea of how Lacan envisions a young child's transformation into a socialized human being. Now, this is one of my favorite things. Now, I think, I've done a lot of extra academic sort of reading groups on Lacan-related stuff with people. Recently, I was doing one with the Dead Parrots Philosophical Society. I didn't organize this. Elton LK, the co-instructor for the PMC course, he was teaching it. And yeah, there were just people there who had never really looked into this kind of stuff, but they do like psychology. And basically they were doing the thing that people very often do, which is every time they heard something, they would just compare it right back to something that they know about psychology, and then do this. Well, I can get that from psychology. Why do I need this from Lacan? And look, Lacan is one of our people. We might not like him, but he's one of our people, meaning that he read the continental philosophers, he read Hegel, he read Heidegger, he read Husserl, he sat through Kojève's lectures, he was contemporaneous with all of the French theorists that are interesting, and he had a huge impact on them, and he had sex with Bataille's wife, and so Bataille's whole project can probably be understood through, I'm just kidding, I'm kidding, but I'm kidding. Well, I mean, he did, but I'm kidding. So,
Oh, sorry.
What? No, go.
Is there an idea of objet petit? Is there something like similar in psychology, like something really one-to-one?
I don't think so. I don't think so
either.
I don't think so. And what people will do is they'll just try to substitute for this concept some sort of evolutionary psychology explanation, which is fine. It's fine, guys, but also just go away. Like if you want to take on the real task of thinking through a thinker, which is to say understanding the world the way that they supposedly understood it, right? We can only try to interpret that. But if you want to take on the task, which is necessary if you want to be in the discourse, be able to have a real conversation with a Lacanian or an anti-Lacanian or an ex-Lacanian, if you want to be able to read Butler's critique of the phallus, or if you want to be able to read Lucy Rigore's critiques of Lacan, well, you're going to want to understand Lacan. And to understand Lacan, I'm always just like, you got to take it up on its own terms. And so, yeah, it does actually require sort of, we want to be able to wrap our head around that orthodox reading. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I don't think that psychology has this is because, like, I've been to therapy and I've talked to other people who have been to therapy, and it seems like the thing missing is an idea that, like, and this is something we'll get to later in a related concept, but it's like the idea that, like, we do shit to ourselves, like the idea that it's not like trauma being done unto us. It's just like we are repeating it. It's me. I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Like I am repeating the symptom, that kind of thing. That seems to not exist in my experience in psychology. So, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And so bringing it all back around to saying that Lacan's one of our guys, the only reason I opened that up right here at this point in this stream is I think it's very important to say that Lacan is the first continental philosopher besides Merleau-Ponty to really start thinking about childhood development. And so as far as continental philosophy goes, up until Merleau-Ponty and Lacan, subjects or Dasein is something that's thrown into the world almost as an adult. Like they never really thought about development. Freud obviously did as well, but he didn't get continentalized until Lacan. Lacan is the Frenchification and the languageification, the post-structuralification, the post-Marxist, post-Heideggerian, post-Hegelian, post-Husserlian, post-structuralist Frenchification of Freud. And that return to Freud is something that I'm fascinated by. All right. To begin, Objet is a paradox. Lacan saw a certain paradox at the heart of Objet Petit. He says, quote, this paradoxical, unique, specified object we call Objet. This is from Seminar 11, The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, page 268. The Objet is a paradoxical object directly because, and object in quotes, directly because of the relation between its emergence and loss. Zizek clarifies this for us. Quote, this coincidence of emergence and loss, of course, designates the fundamental paradox of the Lacanian Objet Petit, which emerges as being lost. That's from The Plague of Fantasies, page 15. The idea is objet is not an actual object we once possessed, but then lost. It's not. The very moment it emerges, it does so as a lost object. This is its trick. We never really had a perfect drive satisfaction, jouissance, which we'll get into later. But we retroactively produce this illusion as soon as restrictions are placed on the jouissance we had at our mother's body, das Ding. These restrictions retroactively produced what they forbid. Thus, both law and objet petit a, result of the law's installation in the child's mind, have paradoxical origins. Now, he's brought up so much here that he's going to be unpacking as we go forward. Jouissance, das Ding, law being installed in the child's mind, the creation of objet petit a at the site of das Ding, and the creation of a retroactive fantasy about complete jouissance. All of that is in those 3 sentences. He'll explain it. Don't worry. The law creates objet petit a as the little concentrated reserve of jouissance left over from the original jouissance we had to sacrifice in order to become socialized subjects. The point is that this little remainder is not something we ever actually had in some kind of pre-linguistic, pre-Oedipal bliss. And if you're the kind of person who likes to have definitions for every word as you go into something, remember, with continental philosophy, you have to read like you're doing algebra, which is to say, if you're confused about jouissance, just, substitute that with a letter. It's X, it's Y, it's Z, it's A, it's B, it's C. It doesn't matter. Substitute it with some kind of a letter or number, and then fill it in as you go, because you can't stop and talk about everything all the time. Do I have one more?
I don't know. I think you did 3.
Take it away.
All right. For Lacan, a human infant is constantly immersed in drive satisfaction or jouissance. He identified jouissance with drive satisfaction. Jouissance appears not purely and simply as the satisfaction of a need, but as the satisfaction of a drive. Seminar, Roman numerals. Seminar 7, Ethics of Psychoanalysis. The French term jouissance is very important for Lacan. Simply put, jouissance is pleasure in pain. For example, eating to the point where it becomes greatly uncomfortable. It's the excessive enjoyment that ends up bringing pain and discomfort. Jouissance destabilizes oneself. Jouissance can also be thought of as an abundance of intensity or stimulation in the body. Lacan associates jouissance with repetition compulsion, or with those acts we repeat over and over again, but which also cause all sorts of problems in our lives. For example, someone who feels compelled to wash their hands 100 times a day. In this sense, repetition of the same is precisely what the drive seeks. If drive could speak, it would say something like, more, again, more, again. This is why Lacan called his 20th seminar Encore. This is why Lacan claims that every drive is a death drive. Drive disrupts the functioning of our social or symbolic selves.
Do you think...
What's up?
Do you think that's where Eminem got the title for his album Encore?
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure that's
that,
exactly. Yeah. I think he's a big Lacan head.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's why he likes to play with words, That's why.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Yeah, he read this shit for sure. This is why Lacan claims that every drive is a death drive. I already read that. When you think jouissance, also think drive. Lacan views them as going hand in hand, and he opposes them to desire. Lacanians often say that desire is a defense against drive and jouissance. As Lacan put it, desire is a defense against going beyond the limit in jouissance. That is clarifying as fuck to me, because I've always been confused, and it's like, how are we drawing this like hard line in the sand between desire and drive? The answer apparently is that there isn't really a hard line. It's just that one is kind of like a opposition to the other. It arises as like opposing the other.
Exactly.
Which is why there's a division. So that is something I never understood. So thanks, Mikey. That makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, this is one of those moments. This is one of those moments that I read it, but it never registered on maybe 3 or 4 of the readings that I've done of this post. Desire is a defense. Yeah, that's fucking good.
Right.
And that's page 699 of the Acree. So, you know,
I would have never got there. Ever.
yeah, nobody gets that far. Yeah, except for Jacob. Shout out to Jacob because he gets. I think he gets that far.
Yeah. You gotta enjoy it. That's Jacob's secret. You gotta enjoy it, and I
It
don't.
is the secret.
It repels me. So yeah, but
No,
maybe
dude,
someday.
no. Terrence Blake was in the Discord and he was like, he shared something where he's breaking down like one of the most difficult. He says the hardest Lacan essay, and I didn't even know about this essay because I'm not that deep in the lore. And then Jacob is like, yes, I've been reading that one every month for the last 2 years. And I was like, this motherfucker likes the challenge. And it's obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that shit. Jesus. I love it. I love it. Props, seriously. But I can't do it.
That's so
I
funny.
love it. All right. Is jouissance not the whole of an infant's world? All babies do is breastfeed, oral drive, stare at their primary caregiver's face or gaze, scopic drive, listen to the primary caregiver's voice, invocatory drive, and shit, anal drive. A baby's whole being is that of drive satisfaction or jouissance. Early on, none of this is mediated by language, law, custom, social norms, etc. That is, the baby is not yet a socialized subject who has to situate and contextualize his pursuits of enjoyment. Instead, it's a little bundle of non-mediated, concentrated jouissance. Okay, this is interesting because, so this is how I've always made sense of this, is that he said early on, the baby is not yet socialized, who has to situate and contextualize its pursuit of enjoyment. So when I'm hearing desire is desire of the other, that's how I understood it, as contextualization, as situating, as structuring enjoyment. But also it's used to, I've heard it used a lot of the time to mean like, no, it's creating the desire. But maybe we'll get into that as we go. But those are two different things to me.
Okay.
So,
Can you say what the two things are one more time? I was
okay. Yeah. There's structuring enjoyment and then there's producing enjoyment. And when I hear desire of the desire is the desire of the other, I'm not sure which one it is that is being meant there, because I hear it a lot of the time as saying like desire is the desire of the other means it's the other's producing desire. It gives you desire that you didn't have before.
Yeah.
But if the infant is like suffused with desire, which I think is true, then like no, the infant already has desire. It's not being produced by the other. Do you see what I mean?
I do. So yeah, you're either a bundle of desire that then gets structured into a specific organization, which is,
and that makes sense.
That's why D&G wants you to go back to the body without which they're saying prior to the organization of that energy, like, right. tap your virtual intensity,
and that's probably where they would lose me, because I'm like, well, I don't want to be. I think it's good to be beyond an infantile stage. You know what I mean? Like it's good to have your drive structured by culture. That's a good thing. It might be that culture does it in a bad way. There's better or worse ways to do it, but like in general, like we should move beyond being fucking babies. Yeah. But anyway,
I think that like it's like phenomenologically, to speak loosely, there's this sense where the other is productive of desire, in that the other, like you can be bored and listless and then someone else giving a fuck about something, then you suddenly are excited, you know? But of course that is based on your ability to desire in the first place. So, you know, like you already have desire. I don't know.
Oh, but this goes back to what we were just talking about a minute ago. Desire is a defense. So if we're using the term desire strictly in that way, then maybe that's the meaning in which desire is desire of the other, and then drive is what you start with. Drive is the unstructured thing.
Oh, yeah. Maybe actually, yeah. Okay, I like that. Yeah, see, I haven't been thinking about desire as defense at all. And so that's like something for me to probably mull over for the next year here. That's killer.
I love it. All right, I'll keep moving. I'm just gonna write a note down versus drive. It's unstructured. All right, where was I? This is not to romanticize jouissance. Instead, yeah, that's where I am. This is not to romanticize jouissance. Over time, it becomes more and more unbearable, and the child seeks a way to distance itself from it. Think about a small child's relation to the body of its primary caregiver, usually its mother's body. The child often clings to this body, but at other times, it does anything it can to be freed from it. Little kids often start to throw a fit when their moms won't put them down. Don't you know that it's not longing for the maternal breast that provokes anxiety, but its imminence? What provokes anxiety is everything that announces to us, that lets us glimpse that we're going to be taken back onto the lap. It is not contrary to what is said, the rhythm of the mother's alternating presence and absence. The proof of this is that the infant revels in repeating this game of presence and absence. The security of presence is the possibility of absence. The most anguishing thing for the infant is precisely the moment when the relationship upon which he's established himself, of the lack that turns him into desire, is disrupted. And this relationship is most disrupted when there's no possibility of any lack, when the mother is on his back all the while, and especially when she's wiping his backside. I like that because it does seem like kids don't know what they want ever. Like they want it until you take it away, and then you take it away, and then they want it more, and then once they get it, they don't want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I have one more.
Shit, I want to shout out Jacob, who is here. Jacob, have you heard us talking about you this whole stream so far? we started with you, we brought it back to you. I set up this contrast between Sean and Jacob at the beginning because it really is a contrast, and that I do see that as the two legitimate ways of approaching Lacan. There's two legitimate. One is extremely suspicious and I don't have time for this, and the other one is, no man, I love the challenge. Both are legit and make a lot of sense. Okay. Nevertheless, a young child's whole world is centered around immediate access to jouissance, and this is precisely what socialization, what Lacan called symbolic castration, seeks to correct. In Lacan's words, castration means that jouissance has to be refused in order to be attained on the inverse scale of the law of desire. This is from The Subversion of the Subject and the Dialectic of Desire from the Écrit, page 700. There comes a point in a child's development when the standards and practices of society come to put restrictions on jouissance. In the traditional scenario, it's the father that finally separates the child from the mother, primary caregiver, by laying down the law. The father steps in and says no. That is, he puts limitations on the child's drive satisfaction. Lacan calls this no the name of the father. The child must now seek enjoyment in ways that are socially appropriate. And the name of the father, the nom du père, everyone always talks about how saying nom du père, it's a play on words because it means both the name of the father and the no of the father. And it's all just a way of talking about the fact that society tells you you can't go into that room. You can't cross the street at this time. You can't, do whatever in the classroom. Like there's just laws, right? This means, yeah, you can't follow every whim and impulse that comes to your mind. Like, okay, you're going to have to fucking tone it down a bit. You're going to have to rein it back in a little bit. Society's always telling us this. And if you don't feel like society's always telling you that, it's because you've already internalized it so well and you're habituated to it. But think about it next time you jaywalk or don't jaywalk. Think about it next time you don't. I love this example Mikey uses. Like you're at the coffee shop. Notice that you don't just nonchalantly walk behind the counter and start serving yourself the espresso. Like, why? Why don't you do that? It's because you've internalized the no. Yeah.
I have an entire argument about how the no is vanishing, and that's why people have lost their sense of fucking manners and how to behave in public and shit. But that's a whole different topic. But yeah, but that's the reason though, is that there's like the no is like disappearing, and now everyone doesn't know how to relate with each other because there's no a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a diminished one.
Zizek will say that it's diminishing. Mark Gerard Murphy and Dwayne Roussel will both say it's gone, and that everyone's a psychotic subject now. And then I think Nance's position is going to be that it's like this generalized foreclosure that we're talking about in the clinical structures of psychoanalysis and autism course, which would mean instead of people becoming psychotic as a result, people are becoming more autistic. So there's a really interesting can of worms. Mikey has a unique position on this that I really love. And we're all going to have a panel on this topic at Theory Underground Conference 2024, which I'll just make a shout out. Go to theoryunderground.com. You can submit proposals for it up until June 16th. That's the cutoff date. But if you want to present and potentially get included in an anthology, you better get it in before the 16th. We're taking up to 3 proposals from each person. I'll keep reading. The child must now seek enjoyment in ways that are socially appropriate. The child must accept that it has lost the immediacy of the maternal thing, the body of jouissance, and must seek out substitute objects of desire from now on. Yeah, there's just nothing like drinking from the tit or the bottle until you end up throwing up, but you love it so much, you're like, oh yeah, you just keep drinking, and then eventually you're like throwing it up because you're like, I just can't stop, it's so good, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I have to stop that, dang it, I got to find something else. This is why Lacan associates desire with language. Both of them involve metonymy, deferral, displacement, mediation, rationality, contextualization, rules, etc. In fact, for Lacan, there is no subject proper until one accepts the no of the father and enters into the symbolic order, language. Lacan said, the subject is manufactured by a certain number of articulations that have taken place and falls from the signifying chain in the way that ripe fruit falls. As soon as he comes into the world, he falls from a signifying chain. This is from My Teaching, page 44, a nice little book put out by Verso, where he's giving public lectures, but only to normies. That's not normal. In his seminars, he's speaking to specialists, but in My Teaching, he's speaking to a public audience, and it's just normies. This is why the Lacanian psychoanalyst Bruce Fink titled his famous book, The Lacanian Subject, Between Language and Jouissance. For Lacan, the human subject is a particular relation between language and jouissance, and it is out of this relation that Objet Petit emerges or falls away. I'll read one last one and then go get some coffee while I listen to you. Remember, the being of an infant is that of unmediated jouissance or libidinal plenitude. For a baby to lose this sort of jouissance is to lose its very being. The moment language takes hold and places restrictions on jouissance is the moment that a structural lack is produced within the human being, the lack of immediate jouissance. So, I've been trying to make sense of this because everything in me wants to argue against this thesis. Ever since day one, I have problems with it, but I also have failed to really understand why it is this way. But okay, for instance, the aching abyss or gap or lack inside of every human being could be explained as you've fallen from God and now you need that hole filled by Jesus, right? That is a theological approach. The Buddhists would say, actually, life is just suffering. You make yourself miserable by not coming to terms with that. You should try to overcome the ego, which is a defense mechanism against impermanence. So there's various theological worldview associated ways of dealing with this lack. I've always been partial to the idea that we experience plenitude from the moment of conception. We don't have an ego, but we do, as a fetus, experience a plenitude, an overwhelming abundance, an at-homeness, and then you're torn away from that world. It becomes suffocating because you get too big for the womb, and then you get thrown out into the world, and it's traumatic, and so like that's the first trauma, is like losing that happy place that became stifling. And I've always thought, like, yeah, that makes sense. That's the good explanation for it. I get the sense that Lacanians don't like that because they think that naturalizes a sort of nostalgia. They think that is, I think, like, from what I've gathered, left Lacanians like this Lacanian explanation because it's not a reactionary one. And I put reactionary in quotes because progressives just associate everything nostalgic with reaction and wanting to go back. And then they basically, I mean, I get the impression that they're basically like, oh no, but if that were true, then reactionaries would have more of a leg to stand on. And I'm just like, I don't pick what ideas I go with on the basis of like a political position that I've already assigned myself to, right? That's why I'm still like, why do we go for this explanation as opposed to that one? But that's just my hesitation. With my hesitation aside, it does make a lot of sense though that you have this, blah, 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 kind of excess. You can just literally just babble and make noises as a baby. There is no rule to the way that you can talk as a baby. But at some point, everyone starts being like, say apple. No, this is how you say apple. No, here's the ABCs. No, this is how you say the ABCs. So it's, and then they're like, this is how you ask for that. Nope, you said it in the wrong order. Oh, now do it this way, now do it that way. And the point is like, you're not just being integrated into a world of grammar rules, which are like difficult to first learn. I mean, babies have a pretty good, I mean, it's amazing how they do adapt. But I mean, you're taking on rules. You're taking on some kinds of prohibition. But no, this kind of taking on rules is happening at the same time that you are taking on the broader rules of the symbolic order. Don't cross the street by yourself. Don't just go outside when you want to. Don't pull your sister's hair. Oddly specific example, but
I don't know if there's any. I have no idea if there's any political valence to the whole like womb, like losing your symbiosis, your oceanic feeling from the womb. I just think that I know that Freudians tend to use that a little bit more than Lacanians do, because Lacanians are focused on language. But
yeah.
in defense of the language explanation, it might be that like the womb is so like ain't primordial that you don't even have the opportunity to repress it, because it's not even like it's like pre the ability to even have memory or anything. So it's just like it's too far back. It's just gone from your experience. It's a trauma to the infant or something maybe, but like it's just too far away, like in your experience, to be the thing that's producing the lack. But I don't know, that's just a guess. But I think Freudians tend to, it's a great metaphor if nothing else, and if Freudians I think still tend to use it.
But Lacanians tend to hate it. Like they actually
Do they
hate
hate
it.
it? Do they really hate it?
I'll get Mikey and
I don't know.
McGowan. I'll put Mikey and McGowan on the spot next time I bring them on. We'll talk about it.
Cool.
Did I cut myself off mid paragraph here? Like,
Yeah, you stopped in the middle of the paragraph. You stopped like right where your cursor is.
Okay, yeah. Now one's being is a sort of non-being. I am my inability to be. Now there's some thing that I'm missing, that I lack, that I must have in order to be whole again. There's some part of myself that I have been separated from. This something is objet petit a. We could say that objet petit a is the ghost of one's primordial original jouissance that emerges through the socialization process. The objet petit a is that little remainder of the excessive jouissance we were once submerged in. As Lacan put it, the objet a is something from which the subject, in order to constitute itself, has separated itself off as organ. It must therefore be an object that is, firstly, separable, and secondly, that has some relation to the lack. Seminar 11, The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, page 101. McGowan is teaching it this July at Theory Underground. In this context, I take it that objet petit a is the organ and the subject is the body. The Lacanian object is an organ insofar as it is that lost, sacrificed jouissance, excess or remainder, cut away from the body by language, by the name of the father, the signifier, law, castration, the no of the father, etc. Jouissance is the price of admission into the symbolic order. Okay, I'm going to let you take it away, Sean. I'm going to go get some coffee, and I'm going to send the link to Luke because he'll be joining us. And if you two if you can stick around longer, you're welcome to. But our segment is going to close out here in about 8 minutes. But we can all be here together. So
Okay, cool.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, the structural lack through language is a fascinating idea. I tried to explain it to my sister, who's actually a linguist, but she's like very much like a empirical, super empirical brained. So the philosophy aspects of language, she's just like, yeah, that's not what I do. And she was like, her response to it was like, at least to my explanation, was like, no. That was her response. But like I said, she's not philosophy minded at all. She's very empirical. But anyway,
Wait, her response to what?
To saying that we have a structural lack through language, that whole idea is like, to her was just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's not what I do. That has nothing to do with what I do. Because she's very, like I said, she's like extremely like driven by the empirical research, like 100%. So she was like, no, that's just too abstract. It has nothing to do with what I do, which is fair. It's not really her field. But I thought it was like, it's about language. It's about what you study every day. So I thought you'd be a little interested. And she was just like, it's kind of interesting, but no.
Yeah, linguists will often just pass over semiotics like it's like a quaint, interesting kind of thing. And it's like,
totally. Yeah.
Yeah, a differential theory of language as opposed to a positivistic one that actually can think negativity. Just interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was like, but this is like, you deal with this every day, and it never like makes you go like, what is the deeper significance behind this? Like, that is not intriguing at all. Apparently not.
Yeah.
But
apparently not.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the way I should put it to her is I should find a way to make it a testable thesis, and then she'll probably be like, okay, that sounds cool. Unless it's a testable thesis, then she's not going to be interested in it. So, yeah. Anyway, for the sake of clarification, we must understand that the world of the infant is not a euphoric bliss. Being submerged in jouissance is not a perfect state of being. No, at times, the child desperately seeks to escape it. And how does the kid get away from this sphere of jouissance? By distracting itself from the desire of the mother. The baby's jouissance is fundamentally connected to the mother's body. This means that she must desire the baby in order to prolong this symbiotic unity. On the one hand, the mother's desire can be deeply comforting, but on the other, it can become a sort of tractor beam one struggles to escape from. Lacan sums this situation up in the following way. The mother's role is the mother's desire. That's fundamental. The mother's desire is not something that is bearable just like that, and you are indifferent to. It will always wreak havoc. A huge crocodile in whose jaws you are, that's the mother. One never knows what might suddenly come over her and make her shut her trap. That's what the mother's desire is. This said, I've tried to explain that there was something that was reassuring. I am telling you simple things. I am improvising. I have to say, there's a roller made out of stone, of course, which is there, potentially at the level of her trap, and it acts like a restraint as a wedge. It's what is called the phallus. It's the roller that shelters you if all of a sudden she closes it. That's from Lacan, again, the other side of psychoanalysis. This is so fascinating to me because I've been writing about, it's like the psychosis thing that we were talking about earlier. I've been writing about the related idea of the culture of narcissism and Christopher Lasch. I've been thinking a lot about that. And I think it pertains a lot to ordinary psychosis, but it all has a lot to do with the whole never being free from the other, sort of thing. But I'll read one more paragraph, unless you have a comment on that, Dave.
No, well, people love that quote for some reason. He's like, I'm improvising. I love that a quote where he says that he's telling you simple things and he's improvising, of course, is like viral in the world of Lacan. And then the example itself is not actually super intuitive. It's the most cartoon image ever. It's like Looney Tunes. It's like Tom and Jerry. We're talking about a little baby in the mouth of a literal crocodile. And this fucking crocodile is about to snap its mouth shut on this baby. That baby gonna go splat. And it's like, don't worry, there's a stone roller in the back of the crocodile's mouth. And it's a phallus. And it's just like, dude, it's also a dick joke now. Like, but this is why people like, this is why people
I love
like
it.
Yeah.
I love it. So cartoonish. It's great. I think it's a great example.
And you got to think like cartoons were like pretty new back then, I think, and like, I think Lacan was watching Tom and Jerry. Like that's,
Yeah.
Okay. Luke is here. I'm going to bring him in. You keep reading though.
Cool.
You keep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what exactly is he saying? I don't want to go into an examination of the phallus, but suffice it to say, the phallus is the lack the child perceives in its mother. That is, recognizes the mother's desire is lacking something. For Lacan, the Oedipus complex is structured around the phallus, and his point is that the Oedipus complex, or socialization, enables a child to free itself from the mother's desire, which is a good thing. He paints the mother, primary caregiver, as a big crocodile whose mouth, suffocating presence, the child is located. Okay, I have to stop right here. This is why I like this in connection with the way Christopher Lasch uses narcissism, because he's one of the primary like symptoms that are like primary repetitions that narcissists in like the 50s and 60s, like people being diagnosed that way or being thought of that way in American psychoanalysis, is that they're the one of the complaints they have is like sort of this feeling of being devoured by the mother, this feeling of like maternal figures are seen as like they're terrified of them, like maternal figures are seen as very threatening, and so he's talking about like this is becoming part of the culture. This is becoming a very widespread pathology. Is what he's talking about there. So this is the crocodile. That's why I like this so much. Is because the crocodile really makes me it has a lot in similarity to what is happening in American psychoanalysis in like the 50s and 60s and 70s even. So yeah, anyway, I'll keep going.
By the way,
yeah.
Hey Luke. Welcome, Luke. How you doing, man?
Hello, I'm all right.
Sweet.
Is my audio okay or?
You sound great. We hear you loud and clear.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. So we'll let Sean keep reading, and then we'll come up with a new method instead of 3 puff pass, as long as the 3 of us are here.
Okay. If the kid tries to escape, the mother slams her jaws shut. Lacan envisions the phallus as a rolling pin that the child can place at the back of her jaws and thereby keep their mouth pried open long enough to escape from it. Luke, you came at a strange point. But here's the thing. Even though one's early childhood is far from some libidinal utopia, it retroactively seems to have been one. There is a certain simplicity that is lost with taking on language, law, custom, and the like. It's as if the unconscious comes to idealize the past of one's immersion in jouissance. That is put so well, Mikey.
Yeah. Good job, Mikey. And then, let's just bring Luke in on this. So do you want to get straight to it, or Luke, did you have some thoughts from what you've heard us talking about so far?
Yeah, I thought the drive to desire back again to drive is really interesting, and also with the no. I was really thinking along the lines of the no is maybe not disappearing, but maybe the no is now placed on desire instead of drive. So the father is not saying no to drive anymore, but maybe more to desire. Or if you say desire is on the side of the social. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So like, I feel like there's this can of worms that has been opened up, and I like it a lot. And I hope Mikey gets a chance to catch up with all of this. If he doesn't ever get to it, it'll be on us to ask him. But basically, yeah. Desire of the other. Is desire structured or produced by the other? And then what is the relation of desire and drive to the no? So it's like drive wants to do all these things. Law says don't do these things, except that drive is also a response to law existing, which then makes me think that it's like law is creating drive in a sort of sense. Is it structuring or is it producing? It comes back to that in a sort of sense. And then is desire just a reaction to that? Yeah.
The way I was thinking about it is that like desire is what's left over of drive, which is like primordial, and desire is what's left over of drive after the no of the father. That's how I've been thinking of it. I don't know if that's right or not, but
yeah. And I right there, like we have to figure out what is he saying, and then we have to figure out what we actually think. And I have no fucking clue what I actually think. I would have to, you know what I mean? I have to think about that for a long time, but is this the paragraph or no, it's the next one, right?
Yeah.
All right. Take it away, Luke.
There's a great ambivalence here. The child eventually yearns to be freed from the mother's body. Das Ding. And the jouissance that comes with it. But once it has become the lost object, it forever haunts the subject as that missing part of itself. That is, it becomes Objet Petit. As Zizek explains, Das Ding is the absolute void, the lethal abyss which swallows the subject. The whole, while Objet Petit designates that which remains of the thing after it has undergone the process of symbolization. From the Plague of Fantasies, page 105. Therefore, we could say that the Objet Petit is the virtual trace of the maternal thing, body of jouissance. The Objet Petit is the becoming virtual of jouissance. Gilles Deleuze refers to Objet as a virtual object. These partial or virtual objects are encountered under various names, such as Melanie Klein's good and bad object, the transitional object, the fetish objects, and above all, Lacan's Objet A. Difference and repetition, page 101. By virtual in this context, we mean something like potential. Think about how a particular crack pattern is there in a window before it gets actualized. Before the window is actually shattered, the crack pattern was already there as a virtual potentiality. For jouissance, to become virtual is for it to cease to be immediately present. In other words, it is something the subject lacks. In fact, the subject is this very lack. The desiring subject, all the days of its life, will be unknowingly chasing this lost object in the form of the virtual jouissance we call Objet Petit. John Homer puts it quite nicely. The Objet is not therefore an object we have lost, because then we would be able to find it and satisfy our desire. It is rather the constant sense we have as subjects that something is lacking or missing from our lives. We are always searching for fulfillment, for knowledge, for possessions, for love. And whenever we achieve these goals, there's always something more we desire. We cannot quite pinpoint it, but we know that it is there. This is one sense in which we can understand the Lacanian real as the void or abyss at the core of our being that we constantly try to fill out. The Objet A is both the void, the gap, and whatever object momentarily comes to fill that gap in our symbolic reality. What is important to keep in mind here is that the Objet A is not the object itself, but the function of masking the lack.
So, and this was what I was trying to point out to you, David. I think David is in the audience right now. On the member Discord, and that is that, you know, we cannot fall into the habit of referring to the objet as an object and then thinking of it as an object. Like the mother's breast is not the objet. Like it's very important. Like there's a lot of psychoanalysis that goes into, thinking about what is it called? What is it called? I'm like, it's not object-oriented psychoanalysis. It's called
object-oriented ontology.
No. See, that's where I'm at. That's where my brain is going.
Oh.
But it's the Melanie Klein and the whole tradition of like thinking about these objects. But the point is like Lacan goes behind the object, talks about like the cause of our desiring of all of the different objects. So like as a child, the teddy bear or the blankie or the whatever the thing is that you are latching on to as a substitute. Well, the sort of more mainstream theory is that the substitute is for the original object. But Objet Petit is saying, yeah, but what made you want the original in the first place, right? And by the way, I'm hearing myself back. It might be like headphones on your side, Luke.
There's a super faint reverb or echo, but it's like super faint. I can barely hear it.
Okay.
I don't know. I got headphones on, so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I'll just read the this paragraph and then pass it off to Sean. And a lot has been said about Objet Petit so far. No, see, it is distracting though. I can actually hear myself, and it's distracting. It's weird because usually Zoom is really good at canceling out any kind of little noise. It makes me think it can't be real. Is it just a digital thing going on? Because okay.
Does it matter if I mute myself?
Let's see. I'll keep reading. It did. Yeah, it instantly went away. Interesting. Just unmute yourself and talk whenever you feel the impulse, but keep it muted otherwise, because who knows what that is. Let's take a second to summarize what we've established before moving on. The most important thing to keep in mind is that objet is not an actual object, but rather is a constitutive lack. It's the lack that produces the desiring subject caught up in the play of signifiers, the differential and mediated structure of language. That is, it is the lost object that causes you to desire in the first place. The objet petit is the potential void where one's jouissance used to be. This is why...
Positional void.
Oh, thank you. The objet petit is the positional void where one's jouissance used to be. This is why Zizek says, quote, the self-referential movement of the signifier is not that of a closed circle, but an elliptical movement around a certain void. And the objet petit as the original lost object, which in a way coincides with its own loss, is precisely the embodiment of this void. That's from the Sublime Object of Ideology, page 178. Strictly speaking, objet petit is not some positive reality, but instead is a void, an empty spot, a position of lack. Yet it's a void that, for the subject, is like a thing or a missing part that has its own substantial reality. Right? So it's not a substance, but it's like it has a substantial reality. And like with so many things in Lacan, just because something's not real doesn't mean it doesn't have real social implications or like psychical implications. As paradoxical as it sounds, objet petit is a positive negativity, a substantial void, a reified emptiness. The objet petit is the void or lack you unconsciously pursue in the hope that the attainment of this missing part of yourself will give you an ontological completeness you once enjoyed as an infant. Sean, you just take these two.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's like Objet is like nostalgia for the womb or nostalgia for the breast, but it's not the breast or the womb, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's so it would be like fetishism, like in Marx's sense, to think that it is the boob, because it's like, no, but the retroactive fantasy here, that's Objet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Lyrics from Queen's song "Hammer to Fall" sum up Objet. Every night and every day, a little piece of you is falling away. However, this little piece of you is not something you can name or point out. As far as your first-person phenomenological experience goes, Objet Petit is never directly perceived as the missing part of yourself, since it's really a void. There's a quote I've often seen attributed to Andre Breton that expresses this truth. All my life, my heart has yearned for a thing I cannot name. Objet eludes the capture of the subject. Lacan says the base of the function of desire is in style and in form that have to be specified each and every time. The pivotal object A, insomuch as it stands not only separated but always eluded, somewhere other than where it sustains desire, and yet in a profound relation to it. Seminar on Anxiety, page 252. In light of these words, we are ready to understand why Objet Petit is the object cause of desire, the object that causes desire, and not the object of desire. Lacanian object or Objet Petit is not the object of desire. Instead, it is the object cause of desire. That is, the object that causes you to desire the object you actually desire. Imagine being in a theater watching a graceful ballerina perform a spotlight solo. You find yourself completely captivated and I think that's mesmerized, but it's memorized by this dancer. However, in this analogy is the condition of this enchantment. However, what in this analogy is the condition of this enchantment? It is the very spotlight in which the ballerina stands out from the darkness. In a sense, we are not even conscious of this light. It is unconscious. Analogously, it is this object that causes the ballerina to attract our attention. In other words, in this analogy, the object cause of desire, Objet Petit is the spotlight, and the object of desire is the ballerina.
That's
Yeah,
what were you gonna ask?
What is the void, the darkness? What is the darkness around the ballerina? Is there a Lacanian word for that in this metaphor?
Good question.
So I don't know why I want to focus on the darkness, but for some reason I'm like, but what's the darkness? I don't know why, but
yeah, I'm immediately thinking of the real, like,
oh yeah,
maybe I'm missing some part, but
no, it might be
maybe Objet allows us to think the real instead of seeing it as pure void, but more as a relationship within the real itself, or something like there. Without the darkness, there's also not the spotlight, because if it was completely lit, the whole effect would disappear.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's why I'm interested in it. And so it's like I want to talk about that because of exactly what you just said. Is the spotlight wouldn't exist without it.
Right. So, shout out to Dangerous Maybe, aka Mikey's in the chat. What's up, Mikey? He said cartoons were great for showcasing libidinal dynamics. Zizek has talked about a cartoon character indestructibility as representing drive and libido. So, I mean, like that cartoon indestructibility is perfectly, depicted in Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry, right? Like very violent compared to, what you'd see on the Cartoon Network today. Like characters getting smashed by trucks and getting literally flattened. But then of course they just, and then they're back, they like reinflate afterwards. And, yeah, but they are good for playing out libidinal dynamics. Also, David Powers has been super active in the chat. Shout out. I'll just address the one thing that was a direct response to what I'd brought up, which was, oh yeah. So first of all, David was like, it's object relations psychoanalysis. Thank you.
That's the word.
That's the word, not object oriented. Yeah. Object relations. So thank you. And then he said Winnicott goes behind the object too. However, the teddy is not the physical object. It's just a covering over a void. And so the reason David Powers is into this Winnicott guy, who I believe is a psychoanalyst, is because Stiegler's into Winnicott. And so that's important. We do want to understand Stiegler. Stiegler is one of the big names in philosophy of technology and media theory that has not gotten proper treatment at Critical Media Theory seminar at Theory Underground. Not yet. He hasn't gotten the proper treatment just yet. Now we'll continue on in just a second here, but wanted to make a shout out. This Saturday is the beginning of Theory Writing 101. It's a course that the membership all has 30% off on, but it's because, look, the reason I had to do that is because Writing Workshop was originally supposed to be something that you got access to at the different tiers of membership or involvement. But I wasn't really able to deliver on that promise. And so Andy, and working with Andy, is a way that we can do that. He is a professional when it comes to composition, rhetoric, writing, and thinking about honing our craft is something that we should probably focus on at least once a year if we're serious about thinking, much less serious about putting out good work. And these anthologies are going to be killer. And so yes, get involved. If you're thinking about it, get involved. I got an email from somebody this morning saying, hey, Dave, I saw your email that went out from Substack. And in that email, I had told people, hey, if you want to do the Theory Writing 101 and Introduction to Illich, which starts next week, as well as Lacan Seminar 11 with Todd McGowan in July, basically that's what Theory Underground is going to be like focusing on for the months of June and July, outside of the standard Snellgrove McCarricker synthesis seminars that we always do anyway, which is available to all members. Well, if you want to get involved with those 3 courses, then the best way to do that is to reach out to me directly and actually get some kind of a package deal. Like, I can't put a package deal for all 3 of those together that you could just select on the website because I'm not a programmer. It would require some extra prowess. But because this is a small operation, I have time to talk to people on an individual basis, at least this week. Because this week, I'm here to focus on this. And yeah, really stoked for the Theory Writing 101. Really stoked for Introduction to Illich. Really stoked for Todd's The 4 Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, Seminar 11. And I'm going to roll a little commercial here, and then we'll be right back after this. This is the PSA for Ivan Illich. Why is it not playing? Why is it not playing? What the hell? Hold on a sec.
Fully in the grip of the
okay, I figured it out. I have to start it over again. Sorry, everybody. I don't know what that was about. That's never happened before, but you know what they say about Theory Underground streams, right? How the hell do you fix that? Producer guy, someone help me. No, I don't understand. Okay, hold on. I'll just go out of it, come back to it. Fuck. Okay. It's so stupid. Nothing ever works. Okay, here we go. Let's try again.
Scene in the 1970s and 80s as radicals took their... The program will resume shortly, right after this DIY commercial that is not for any sponsor other than ourselves. Thank you for watching.
Whether we are already fully in the grip of the techno-capital AI singularity or not, we likely feel as though there's not much we can do.
As allies of future generations, we aren't giving up so easily.
To quote the author of Manifesto, the Mad Farmer Liberation Front, we wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what our life and our children's lives may be.
This fear is not new. The question of technology, media, and institutions became unavoidable in the 20th century. Yet when we think of institutions, the most radical critiques people have encountered came from either Michel Foucault or Jürgen Habermas. These thinkers towered over the theory scene in the 1970s and 80s as radicals took their long march through the institutions.
When it comes to theories of social change, the tendency is to put our hopes in leaving the existing institutions, the current order failing, or some overnight revolution to bring us salvation. Otherwise, we lean in and do the best we can with what's afforded by the existing institutions. Reform or revolution, nothing ever changes, so we keep putting our hopes in education.
So progressives say, if only more people had access to better education, then that would solve the problems. But they have not thought seriously enough about the nature of our institutions, or this thing called education that they offer.
The most radical critiques of schooling that teachers encounter issue from Paulo Freire, Bell Hooks, and Henry Giraud, but none of these ever got to the root of institutions themselves. The theorist who did this was Ivan Illich.
Gaining brief stardom in the 70s, Ivan Illich was the father of the deschooling movement, inspiring hundreds of radical schools and generations of homeschooling parents. But this characterization of his work as the anti-school guy was his ultimate demise, for that only takes account of a surface level of his work. Illich was immediately misunderstood and quickly abandoned.
The issue goes far beyond schools. We spend our entire lives mediated through institutions that totalize, instrumentalize, and reduce humans, all of our possibilities, to something predictable, calculable, and exchangeable, easy to control. The interests of state and capital here overlap entirely. Our desires are thus turned into commodities and our time energy into labor power. Illich doesn't stop here, though, for institutions are not the whole picture.
When people think of schooling today, they think of studying for exams, not learning for the sake of learning. When people think of hospitals, they think of treating illnesses, not human-to-human care and well-being. When people think of transportation, they think of speed and efficiency, not the possibility of sustained, regular, and meaningful connections. When people think of reading, they think of collecting information, not lingering with an idea. The move from schooling to skole requires serious inquiry into the conditions of possibility for this mode.
I'm calling for a sincere and earnest revival of Illich. While most introductions to Illich limit their engagement to his earlier works, a series of polemics against schooling and institutionalized consumer society, I want to go deeper and lead us to a more robust understanding of who and what a human is for Illich. With his help, we will reopen the question of what we are, what we can be, and the types of lives we are willing to give our time and energy to bring into being, if there are to be humans in the future.
This course begins on June 13th and goes through July 4th, 2024. It meets on Thursdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. You can enroll at theoryunderground.com/courses/Illich-1, or just click on the link in the description. For those who just want to spend a month really thinking about schooling and institutions, this is a fantastic way to do so. But for those who are looking to go deeper with a community of truth seekers who are going beyond the current theory scene to form an intellectual milieu, this is a fantastic way to do so, because the Theory Underground 2024 conference at the end of October 23rd through 27th is going to have... All right, we're back. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know what happened there towards the end. Did it stop working? It was just showing like a screen. I don't really know what was happening.
it looked like it was going still, so I think I might have interrupted the PSA, but whatever, we're back. Mikey said, I'm sending a voice message for you to play on stream. Oh,
Yay.
that's freaking great. We'll keep reading and we'll bring it back to that in a second. Luke, you want to take it away?
Yeah. In his 10th seminar, Lacan discussed the object cause of desire in terms of his Husserlian intentionality. Desire's intentionality is always fixed on the object of desire, not the object cause of desire, which means that the object cause is off in the background or is at work behind the scenes. And did you all get that? Off in the background, or is at work behind the scenes. In other words, Objet Petit eludes phenomenological experience. Lacan said, to set our target, I shall say that the objet A, or object A, which is not to be situated in anything analogous to the intentionality of noesis, which is not the intentionality of desire, is to be conceived of as the cause of desire. To take up my earlier metaphor, the object lies behind desire. From Seminar 10 on Anxiety, page 101. Does anyone know what noesis is?
Yeah,
Nope.
it's like a Husserlian term for mental things, but let me define really quick, because I'm okay. It's purely intellectual apprehension. That's what it is. The highest kind of knowledge or knowledge of the eternal forms or ideas in Platonism. But for Husserl, it's just like, this is intellectual apprehension. Yeah, noesis. And then the other way that it gets talked about is like noetic, but it's like the same thing, I think. Like a noetic object would be an object of noesis, you know.
Now, perhaps he would reject this idea, but I think we could agree that there are always two separate beams of intentionality when it comes to desire. The beam of the unconscious focused on objet A, or the object cause of desire, and the beam of conscious experience focused on the object of desire. Think about it. There has to be some awareness of objet petit A in order for it to cause us to consciously desire a specific object. The object cause of desire is like the proverbial donkey's carrot that functions as an unattainable lure or enticement.
Cool.
Back to my confusion about drive and desire.
Well, I hope that the voice message that he just sent is actually going to get into that a little bit, right?
You want to roll that? Or
Let's read one more paragraph. By the way, the image, I love this image. Look at that. It's like this person who's leading a goat along with a carrot on a string, and it actually, it says right above the carrot, victory. So that goat is going for the carrot. Is it significant?
It's
not
donkey,
a goat. It's
think.
A donkey. What am I talking about? Yeah, thank you. It's a skinny ass donkey. Okay, like it's a starving to death donkey. And
is that like a war cartoon? Victory? Like, is that like a World War II cartoon or some shit?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but
maybe even World War One. It feels more World War One to me.
Yeah,
I like the style of the drawing, and
yeah.
And is it significant that the carrot that this donkey is chasing is going to take it off of a cliff?
Must be,
yeah.
One more paragraph.
Or the painter or the artist just got lucky.
Yeah.
As we'll shortly see, objet A does come to have idiosyncratic determinations for each desiring subject, which is why we all desire different things and have our own personal histories of desire. The objet A is incredibly mysterious and elusive. It's not the object of my desire, but rather the object that causes me to desire the object of my desire. Thus, the object A is behind desire. It's off stage in relation to phantasmatic desire. It seems to be completely indeterminable. but maybe it's not entirely. Why and how does it cause me to desire specific things? If we can, in theory, desire anything, then what is the mechanism of a particular desire? What X caused me to desire Y? There are two main senses in which objet A is the cause of desire. It's worth noting that Lacan devoted a whole session to this concept of the cause in seminar 10. First, objet A is literally the cause of all desire. That is, it emerges. Its emergence is the very reason why human beings start to desire at all. Before the falling away of objet A, we are not desiring subjects, but instead are little bundles of wild drives and unregulated jouissance. The breaking off of objet petit A is precisely what causes desire as such. This is easy enough to understand since we already know that the law, name of the father, prohibition, separates us from das Ding, maternal body of jouissance, and thereby produces a fundamental lack, objet A, in us that causes us to desire. This constitutive structural lack is one that all of us as desiring subjects have in common. However, the objet A also comes to cause specific desires. We all have our own particular histories of desires, and objet A, in its idiosyncratic dimension, is the hidden cause at work behind the scenes.
Excellent. I'm going to play that message from Mikey now.
Yeah.
Nod your heads if you can hear this.
Hi guys. I'm out on a route today, but I've been able to tune into the stream a little bit here and there. It's cool to see you guys. It's also weird to see you guys just straight up read shit I wrote, but I'm having fun. So okay, Sean, you guys brought up the thing with what is the void, the blackness surrounding the ballerina in the spotlight. Here's the trick, right? Objet A is the real. So this whole moment of your desire being completely fixated on a specific object via objet A acting as the cause of desire of that object, the objet A is, the spotlight would actually be the real, right? Objet A is in the real. The void here, or the blackness surrounding the ballerina, would actually just be the world of banal objects that don't do anything for your desire whatsoever. So when you guys get lower down into the post, I have a clip from Boogie Nights, right? When you play that, you're going to see how Philip Seymour Hoffman's desire is completely captured by Mark Wahlberg. It's this great scene from the movie. And it's like all the objects at its pool party just completely vanish into the void. They're nothing in relation to Philip Seymour Hoffman's desire. So the void in this case, I know, and I know we could say, well, the void would be the real, but in this specific case, I would say the void is just ordinary, imaginary, symbolic reality, which is the world of everyday, banal objects. And the encounter with an object that truly embodies objet A, this is almost like a rupture of the real into our everyday life. And so again, so here's how I would do it just to clarify. Spotlight is the real / objet A. The ballerina is the ordinary object, but seen through fantasy, imbued with objet A, right? That has that sublime quality to it. And the black background is just all other ordinary objects. It's almost like if you go car shopping and you're looking around a car lot and there's that one car that solicits your desire and you're completely fixated. All the other cars basically don't even exist, right? Might as well be in the void. So that's how I would, and I'm glad you brought that up because in the post I didn't, and I'll fix that typo. I can't believe it's been there for years. It said memorize instead of mesmerize. Yes, it should be mesmerize. This is what happened when you don't really proofread your own posts. But it's almost like I want to add a little comment on what the void is. So yeah, that was good. All right. Thanks guys. Bye.
Clarifying.
Yeah, no, that was great. That goes to what that goes actually to the whole desire thing, because like object cause of desire, it seems like it's what that means is that it's the cause of desire. It's not the cause of jouissance or drive. Like desire is structured jouissance. We could say that like leaves a shit ton out. That's why all that it leaves all that darkness out of the spotlight. And it's just focusing you on this is what you're supposed to want. This is what you know what I mean? I think that's what's happening here.
And I think this relates to the concept of gaze in Lacan. I think that the concept of gaze is the point that the things that you see, the things that you care about, the car that you see in traffic, as opposed to the ones that you don't see. It's the ballerina in the example. That the reason you see it is because of, like, there's something about your libidinal economy, right? Like that's like it's too easy for people to think, yeah, no, I was out and I saw this, and they're observing objective reality, but it's like, no, those objects that you see though are because of your libidinal configuration. So
yeah,
and I think that's all right. And I was already thinking in terms of you know, the referential totality of equipment that is the foundation of signification itself for Heidegger, all being outside of yourself, language all having this relation to equipment. You know, everything is, our entire life worlds are structured by these things that are used for those things that are used for those things, and everything relates back to certain things like food, shelter, you know, enjoyment, whatever. And so like, that sort of that I mean, really, like all of that's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo to the people who didn't take the Being in Time course. But the reason I wanted to relate it here is because at some point Lacan was profoundly impacted by Heidegger, and part of Heidegger's critique of subjectivity is like, actually we can be sure of worldhood. We can be sure of worldhood. Like Descartes strips away worldhood and just focuses on the subject. And Heidegger wants to be like, no, but signification, the ability to make meaning, the being in language, like all of this stuff, signification, meaning itself is based in relations, and not just semiotic relations, but equipment in our actual life worlds. Like all of that is the ground of intelligibility itself. And so Lacan is the great continental philosophy, like return to subjectivity. Like he's a return to the subject after Heidegger's critique. And there's other returns to the, you know, the subject. Sartre has his own return to the subject. But Lacan's return to the subject is a return to Freud. But I always say through Heidegger, even though he rejects Heidegger. But the point is that rejection is a determinate negation, meaning his return to the subject and his kind of subject, his kind of human that is constituted by lack, wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for the deconstruction of the positivistic subject of Descartes. So it's like Lacan wants to return to a Cartesian subject, but he wants to go, no, it's actually constituted by lack. And he does that through Freud. And it's epic. And it's important. It's one of the very important things that he does. And Zizek is the one who popularizes it. I'll just finish with this. Zizek defends subjectivity at a time when it was very unpopular.
I have a question about Heidegger and Lacan. So how exactly does Lacan reject Heidegger?
This is actually something I hope to read a book about. I don't think anyone's written it yet. If anyone knows where that book is, please send it my way. In seminar 1, he tells Leclerc to eat his Dasein, because like Leclerc's like, oh, blah, 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 this and that, and Dasein. And Lacan's like, eat your Dasein. And and everybody was like, oh my God, he said that. And but to tell someone to eat his Dasein's not exactly like a thoroughgoing rejection. So like in a sort of sense, it's like we could take the Lacanian subject and then run that against our understanding of Dasein. But then that doesn't necessarily help us get at Lacan's understanding of Dasein. And I feel like that's a bigger can of worms. What was his conception of Dasein? And was it just some kind of human being? Was it a collective human being? Was it human being only oriented, towards death and based like in some kind of ideology of authenticity. There's all kinds of like superficial ways of taking Heidegger, and I don't think Lacan's would be superficial, but also there's a lot of crazy misunderstandings in the French scene at the time, and so I don't know, but Lacan translated Heidegger. Like he actually translated Heidegger, and so
I didn't know that.
So whoever wants to do that dissertation project to write me that book, just so I could read it, what you would want to do is show us what is Lacan's Heidegger, and then how does Lacan's thinking change significantly from that phase where he's translating Heidegger to later on when he's obviously not.
Well, I mean, this is probably a fucking rabbit trail for sure, but is Dasein for Lacan possibly like in itself an effacing of the subject, like a unity of subject and object? I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that there's Dasein is not going to be helpful to Lacan in the clinic. He's not dealing with Dasein in the clinic. He's dealing with subject, and of course, like Heidegger will say that the subject is the remainder after worldhood has been shattered. So the separation between subject and object is something that is produced in the shattering of worldhood. Well, Lacan's dealing with the shattered subject. That's what he's dealing with. So what is he supposed to do? Try to put it back together again with worldhood to make a Dasein? No, he's not going to do that. He's working with fucked up people on his couch.
Wait, I have one more question. I'm sorry. I have to ask. Is the when you said so Heidegger said the subject is the remainder after worldhood has been shattered. Does Heidegger at all want to return us to the pre-shattered? Is that what he's trying to do? And maybe that's what at least Lacan sees him as doing that and is trying to oppose that. Like that Heidegger wants to return us to Dasein pre-shattered, which would be a psychoanalyst, Freudian or Lacanian would think that was a terrible fucking idea.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, it is very much a part of the radical, conservative, totalitarian project, which obviously is a synonym for fascism. But it doesn't have to be fascist, is why I say it that way, because like, but it doesn't have to be a return. Like Heidegger, for instance, says there's no such thing as return. Like you do get like these more, you do get people who think that there's like this actual return of like a stage theory of society that has cycles and you move through these different stages. Heidegger's not doing that, and he doesn't think that you can go back, but he does think that you have to be based in the past to make sense of where you're going and to be able to project and essentially colonize the future. And if you're not actively doing that as a people, then you're not going to have worldhood. You're just going to have individual subjects who are atomized, competitive, capitalist subjects. And of course, he doesn't want that. And of course, like the opposite would be like the communist collectivist, identity. Your identity comes through your ability to identify with and comply with the whole. And so there, these similarities between left and right at the level of collectivism and totalitarianism, like people like to point out that obviously they're not the same. Yeah, but also they are both a desire to return to a lostness in the whole, to become an instrument, of the bigger collectivity. They are both that. And so one is based in the past, one is based in the future. Heidegger tries to, in Being in Time, he does try to show the future is always first, and he tries to build everything around that so that I think he just wants to set it up that way so that he's free of these standard critiques of, oh, you just want to go back. All of that said, I can see why Lacan doesn't care about that. He's not a political theorist. He doesn't care about like your lostness and collectivity. And ultimately he's got individual people like on his couch. And so, he wants to deal with subjects. And the reason Sartre wants to deal with the subject after Dasein is because he doesn't want people using collectivism as an excuse out of the personal responsibility that every individual actually ultimately still has to take. You are cursed to choose, right?
Yeah.
But now we're really in the weeds. Let's bring it back
We
here.
are.
What is it right here? Luke, you want to take it away?
Yes. Let's explore the specificity of the object that causes particular desires. The objet petit a is essentially a lack, a void, or an empty spot. But throughout the course of one's life, this void comes to be associated with specific features, traits, qualities, determinations, etc. This is where its specificity and uniqueness come from. Zizek is very helpful here. In what precise sense is objet petit a the object cause of desire? The objet petit a is not what we desire, what we are after, but rather that which sets our desire in motion, in the sense of the formal frame which confers consistency on our desire. Desire is, of course, metanomical. It shifts from one object to another. Through all these displacements, however, desire nonetheless retains a minimum of formal consistency, a set of phantasmatic features which, when they are encountered in a positive object, make us desire this object. Objet petit a as the cause of desire is nothing other than this formal frame of consistency. Pay close attention to what Zizek just said. He identifies objet a with a set of phantasmatic features, and this is precisely where its particularity is found. This set of phantasmatic features or desires, formal frame of consistency, is what bestows objet a with determinacy, i.e. provides the constitutive leg with positive qualities. Each of us, in our own ways, via fantasy, come to unconsciously associate certain empirical features with that missing part of ourselves. If we can just find the right object of desire, then we will finally fill the void. And if we can just get a hold of it, no, not the killer clown, then we will be complete. Of course, this is impossible, but it's the impossibility that makes desiring subjectivity continue to be possible.
Sean?
I have so many thoughts right now, but I'm just going to keep reading. Put differently, objet petit a gets linked to certain idealized and libidinally invested traits. One of the easiest ways to see this mechanism at work is to consider that many men end up marrying women that strikingly resemble their mothers. The traits of the mother, das Ding, get laid down in the mind as the most basic coordinates of jouissance. In Lacan's words, the world of our experience, the Freudian world, assumes that it is the object, das Ding, as the absolute other of the subject that one is supposed to find again. It is to be found at the most as something missed. One doesn't find it, but only its pleasurable associations. It's from the Ethics of Psychoanalysis, page 52. These specific qualities or traces of the material thing from the fundamental pleasurable associations with jouissance or drive satisfaction. As these impressions get imprinted and stored in the psyche, they produce the most fundamental configuration of the child's libidinal economy. These features are the primary markers of jouissance. That is, they become master signifiers. They don't have any signifieds, meanings proper, but simply mark points in one's environment, the maternal body, that are the reserves of jouissance, e.g. breasts, gaze, voice. This line of thought comes from Freud's work, so we must take a quick detour through some of his ideas to better understand it. In a short paper called A Note Upon the Mystic Writing Pad, Freud provides us with an image of how these markers of jouissance, master signifiers, get established. Freud characterized the unconscious as timeless, but in one sense. According to him, all of the various aspects of one's life history, such as the different memory traces or signifier-like inscriptions left behind by perceptual experiences, are permanently and eternally stored in the unconscious. The following is from an article published by The Atlantic and authored by Rebecca J. Rosen called The Mystic Writing Pad. Scroll me up a bit.
I just created the, sorry, and you can just reread the last sentence, but I just started the Discord, the member Discord forum for merch ideas for our clothing line. And I'm not joking. The reason, I mean, I've been meaning to start it for a long time, but David Powers said, "Eat Your Dasein" would be a good t-shirt. David, go ahead and share that in that forum. That's going to be such a killer t-shirt. I can't wait to wear that.
One in like 1 million people are gonna understand.
Yeah, that's the best kind. It's the best kind of t-shirt. It's the kind of t-shirt that you wear only like you're like, okay, I'm gonna go to the party with my significant other. Okay, I'll go to the party, but I'll wear this t-shirt, and that way you can punish anybody who asks you about the t-shirt. You go,
that's facts.
Well,
yeah.
Well, now
You're
I have
social terrorist.
I have to explain Heidegger to explain Lacan and why he said that to Leclerc. But first, let's go back to Kant. But first, we'll have to go back to Descartes. Here we go. Yeah.
An hour and a half later. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What was that? The following is the article published by The Atlantic and authored by Rebecca J. Rosen called The Mystic Writing Pad. What would Freud make of today's tablets? In 1925, Sigmund Freud published an essay, A Note Upon the Mystic Writing Pad. In it, he considered a recent market arrival, the mystic writing pad, of course, as a sort of metaphor for the human mind. At base, the mystic pad was a slab of dark brown resin or wax on which sat a translucent sheet of wax paper covered by a transparent sheet of celluloid. When a person sets a stylus to it, the dark resin would become visible through the wax paper at the points of contact, and thus one could write. When the record was no longer desired, erase it by simply lifting the wax paper off of the slab. The celluloid served merely to protect the wax paper from ripping as the stylus ran across it. This may not sound like much of a metaphor for the human mind, but one unintended consequence of this procedure struck Freud as quite significant. The permanent trace of what was written is retained upon the wax slab itself and is legible in suitable lights. The mystic pad had a particular kind of memory. I do not think it is too far-fetched, Freud wrote, to compare the celluloid and wax paper cover with the system of PCPTC's perception consciousness and its protective shield. The wax slab with the unconscious behind them and the appearance and disappearance of the writing with the flickering up and passing away of consciousness in the process of perception. So it leaves a trace is the point, I think, of that. In other words, I guess this is the same paragraph. In other words, traces of all our experience gets retained in the unconscious, which is basically a super memory system. Consciousness forgets all kinds of things, but the unconscious remembers it all. Once a perpetual impression gets registered and inscribed in the perceptual. Once a perceptual impression gets registered and inscribed in the indelible recording surface, that is the unconscious, it can never be completely erased from it. The unconscious eternalizes the past. And so, for our purposes, we can say that the unconscious never forgets qualitative experiences of jouissance. As the young child forms associations between jouissance and certain empirical traits, it involuntarily establishes the basic coordinates of its libidinal economy. Eye color, tone of voice, hair color, facial gestures, interpersonal dynamics, dispositions, etc., can all become fundamentally linked to jouissance, and the memory traces of these traits comprise a set of master signifiers, jouissance indicators or phantasmatic features. This is the determinate content of Objet Petit that produces specific desires.
Before I'll read a paragraph and then pass this over to you, Luke. But David asked a great question. Has neuroscience proved Freud wrong about the permanent trace? So, I don't know that neuroscience is capable of handling this question yet. Now, I think maybe there's some researchers over at Duquesne could handle this question because you have a bunch of people at Duquesne who know their Heidegger, Levinas, Lacan, Merleau-Ponty, and they have a giant room that is an MRI room, and they do like multiple subject sociological, psychological tests And so like these are continental philosophy people using science. Like that's what so maybe they could do it, but here's the thing. What we're talking about when we say the permanent trace is not like a file in a computer, and neuroscience has definitely debunked the idea that you just have like files away, you know, like, no, memories are always kind of remanufactured when you bring them back. So, you know, this is like known at this point. But the point about the permanent trace here is that language is outside of you, but you have feelings about words that you don't even understand, like where those feelings about those words came from, which is to say, there's always like the strict denotation of a word, like the definition of the word. Then there's like the larger, you know, colloquial usages, local and countrywide. But then there's like your own idiosyncratic attachments and connotations to or with these words. And at the level of and what I think what we're talking about when we talk about the permanent trace with Lacan, not Freud, is about the impact that that language has on you and the way that you have this idiosyncratic relation to it. So the memories, like the permanent memory, is like the way that you are in relation to your language and that's unconscious. This, and I'll talk about this in the lecture on Sunday for CMT, but the unconscious for Freud is like a well of repressed urges, whereas for Lacan, it is not something deep down below the surface. It is language itself, and your own ecstasy, being outside of yourself in that language. And so, yeah, does that all make sense, guys?
To me, it does. I think that, yeah, I'm not sure why the question of the neuroscience comes up exactly. Maybe he could articulate that more if he wants. But like, because like to me, it seems like it doesn't seem like a stretch to be like, yeah, there's a trace left by almost everything that happens to us, like a trace. It's not that it's a perfectly stored memory, but even Freud's point is that there's a trace left behind, like a little, you know, that there's these significations that connect us to different things in the world that like it's never completely erased. That doesn't seem like a huge stretch to me, or like just to me.
Nice. And I feel like the trace also signifies like more of a cut instead of like when you draw on paper, you add something to the paper, but when you draw in wax, you take something out. So I think there's also a difference in that. And of course, what you said about the unconscious, the difference between Freud and Lacan. I always think of Lacan's unconscious as like holes in a plane, not like just holes, just gaps, not something beneath, or just holes where some things suddenly can't get out of, but it doesn't really come from anywhere. Maybe emerges at the same time as the gap emerges, which is also at the beginning of this text. Like this is the objet. It emerges at the same time as the gap appears from which it emerges.
Good.
But I'm saying this all, and then I don't really know how to put this in different words. So this is why I also think this text is so great.
It's interesting.
Because it's very abstract. And I wanted to say something on the idea of that you tend to fall in love with someone who looks like your mother, and this also touches on maybe the idea of the return of the repressed, because of course you separate from your mother to become an adult. You repress all those feelings that you had with your mother, all these excess points of jouissance, but of course they come back. And apparently they come back in a kind of the same form, which I find interesting. But I also find it's really a cliche that you fall in love with someone who's like your mother.
Dude,
I'm always it's too general, too like, yeah, of course, and then everybody's my mother or something. I don't know.
I read this article, I read this blog post, and I've heard Mikey talk about it so many times over the years, and I was always just like, it's bullshit. I've never been attracted to anyone remotely like my mom, like not even remotely. Now, first of all, there's like a determinate negation probably afoot, like, which is to say like, oh, like I'm attracted to the opposite of my mom. Well, that's still in reference to, but also I got married last year. That's no secret. Everybody knows. And Anne is like, actually there's like things about her that I'm like, that is like my mom. Like she's actually like nobody has the kind of drive that Anne has, except my mom. Like, and then she's also short. She's a short, fiery, strong-willed, driven woman, just like my mom. And I'm like, fuck. God damn it. So anyway,
Got you in the end.
got me again. Yeah.
Isn't the I've always wondered about this. Isn't the first like point of similarity to like your mom is that like whoever you're and there's a breakdown if you're homosexual, but if you're heterosexual, then it's like, well, the first point is that, well, they're a woman. First of all, you know what I mean? If you're so that's the first, like, well, why does that emerge? And I think that's a whole digression that it's probably way off topic, but you know,
we'll have to come back to it. Okay, now we're about to. I'll have Luke read this next paragraph while we swap out who's currently being seen. Sean, you're welcome to stay in the call, and maybe we'll bring you back on at some point. But now it's going to be Kerem and Luke, because we can only have two people showing besides myself at a given time. Otherwise, I'll have to keep fucking with the setup. So you want.
I should bounce anyway, but I might leave this like playing in the background. So I might just mute. No, if is that possible, or should I just bounce and listen to it?
Yeah, as long as you turn off your camera, you're still in the call, but you will not be showing on the screen. And so if you turn off your camera and Kerem turns on his, then we're ready to go. Welcome, Kerem. How you doing, man?
Hello.
Let me.
Oh, your sound isn't working? Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you great now.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Before we dive into this paragraph, and I was going to have Luke just read this one, and then we'll go back to doing. We'll have you read two, and then we'll just keep going with that. Kerem, you've been watching the stream so far. Got any thoughts as you come on here?
Yeah, so far it's been perfect. All my questions were answered during the meantime. Yeah.
Dope. And then also, Weird Solowski is asking great questions in the chat. There are questions that I hope Mikey will send another voice message on. I realize that should be the division of labor. Rather than actually read and engage with the comments section, which fucks up our ratio of reading to talking. Mikey, any questions that you feel like responding to, just shoot me your responses on Facebook Messenger. Heart your own messages if you want me to read them over Facebook, because I don't want to play something that's just meant for me and I can't test it out on stream. So Mikey, yeah, if you want to address those, go ahead and send them to me. And I'll also say a couple other things. Weird Solowski sent me a collection of terms that are commonly used terms and also concepts at Theory Underground, so that we can create a dictionary or what is it called? A glossary. But I haven't moved on that yet because I was busy with tour, but I just wanted him to know it's coming soon. Don't worry. And also Solowski is our representative tier 0 member on the Discord. So if you want to become a member of the Discord, you have to sign up at the Patreon, at least as a free patron, and then you have to DM me and then and say that you want to be a part of it, because I'm not going to just send that to everybody on my Patreon. Though I do love my patrons. Thank you, patrons. I'm just not, you have to really want it. And I don't want to just be putting the Discord link out to anybody. But for the most part, people who are on the member Discord are monthly paying subscribers. And everybody who's a part of this stream is as well, except for Helen Rollins, who will be joining tomorrow to read for an hour with us, which is going to be fucking awesome. But with that said, take it away, Luke.
All right. Lacan articulated the relation between the body, jouissance, and signifiers in the following way. I will say that the signifier is situated at the level of enjoying substance jouissance. The signifier is the cause of jouissance. Without the signifier, how could we even approach that part of the body? Without the signifier, how could we center that something that is the material cause of jouissance? However fuzzy or confused it may be, it is part of the body that is signified in this contribution, apport. The signifier is what brings jouissance to a halt. From Seminar 20, Encore, page 24. So Lacan claims that the signifier is the cause of jouissance, but then immediately adds that the signifier is that which brings jouissance to a stop. How are we to make sense of these two seemingly incompatible statements? By distinguishing between two types of jouissance. The signifier, language, puts an end to the unmediated jouissance experienced by the infant, but also produces a second-order mediated jouissance through coming to represent it. The set of phantasmatic features Zizek described are the causes of the virtual jouissance we unknowingly pursue as desiring subjects. The marker of unmediated jouissance is not itself unmediated jouissance, but comes to get libidinally invested or associated with it. The signifier takes us from unmediated jouissance to mediated jouissance. The signifier giveth and the signifier taketh away. The map of jouissance is not the original territory of jouissance, but the map itself becomes its own territory. But of course, mediated jouissance, mapped jouissance, socially approved jouissance is never quite the real thing, forever lost.
Really
also
quick.
Some allusions.
No, actually, so I was gonna, a point of order when we get to reading this down here. So it's gonna be S1, right? And then we would just say S1 arrow, and then we instead of saying money sign, we'll just keep saying split subject, like whenever we see the money sign, and money sign. So it would be like split subject slash A, and I think that we could just say Objet Petit. So like, because for people listen, we're trying to make this all useful for people listening, and so, you know, when we get into these math themes, it's a little bit complicated. So instead of just so I think I would read this as S1 arrow split subject slash OJA. Like, I think that's how I would say that, but let me know if that's wrong, Mikey. Okay. And before Kerdem takes it away, what were you going to say there, Luke?
No, the last couple sentences sounded also a bit Baudrillardian to me, with the whole map of jouissance is not the original territory of jouissance, but the map itself becomes its own territory. But of course, mediated jouissance, map jouissance, socially approved jouissance is never quite a real thing, forever lost.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've just gotten into Baudrillard, and to be fair, I'm not quite following. At least,
sure.
at least, what's it called? Is this simulacra and simulation? I don't know.
It's good
System of object was doable, but
yeah. Did you do the political economy of the sign? That one?
No, not yet.
Okay, because that one is like pivotal. Okay, but with that said, Mike, you'll do a course on Baudrillard probably next year. Until then, we're
sick.
We're
nice.
Gonna be in the dark, yeah. So I did want to say this distinction between unmediated jouissance and represented jouissance is really useful. So just remember, unmediated jouissance is the baby that can drink mama's milk to excess and then puke it up and not feel guilty. Like it's just, you just get to be in that excessive state of unmediated jouissance. But then once you've entered language and the symbolic order, you can only ever really represent jouissance, which means that any way that you get jouissance probably comes with all kinds of associations that might include things like guilt. And of course, gambling addiction, drug addiction, binge shopping, binge scrolling, all of these things that people feel, rebellious bedtime hours, road rage. These are all examples of jouissance. And then, of course, because we don't experience it as a kind of, we don't think of it as a form of enjoyment. We think of it as like, oh, I hate driving. I hate these other drivers, or, oh, gambling, like whatever. The point is like, you don't feel like that's your desire, right? And it's not, it's your jouissance. And, but it is represented in this sense that it has its own connotations. It has its own relation to things like guilt. And I just wanted to point that out. So unmediated jouissance doesn't come with that kind of baggage, whereas represented jouissance, because it's in the symbolic order, it always comes with stigma, guilt. In some cases, it has been theologically and historically like various activities understood as sin. A lot of jouissance activities are understood as sin, though of course some are not. Some never were. So road rage wasn't in the Bible, you know. All right, man, take it away.
Yeah. This leads, we are there, right? The materiality of the signal. Okay. Yeah. This leads us to Lacan's concept of the pure materiality of the signifier. The idea is that memory traces of past experiences of bodily jouissance are fundamentally related to our bodies, sense organs, sensations, etc. These memory traces are master signifiers, or master signifiers are material owing to the fact that they are the traces of the sensations of jouissance that were actually perceived by the body and inscribed on our mystic writing path, unconscious memory system. The materiality of the signifier stems from the materiality of our senses and the sensations that they have perceived. These master signifiers, therefore, have far more to do with bodily sensations of jouissance than they do with any cognitive content. Concept signifies meanings. To talk like Charles Sanders Peirce, these signifiers are more like the indicites and icons of jouissance, that they are symbols of it or anything else. They are indexical insofar as they point towards jouissance, and they are iconic because they resemble, are similar to former experiences of jouissance. The moment when master signifier S1 has been truly inscribed in the young child's mental apparatus is also the moment wherein the split between the desiring subject, split subject, and object Petit A occurs. Lacan said it is at the very instant at which S1 intervenes this split subject, which I have called the subject as divided emerges. Finally, we have always stressed that something defines as a loss emerges from this trajectory. This is what the letter to be read as object A designates. Seminar 22, the other side of seminar 17, the other side of psychoanalysis, page 15. In becoming the representation, the marker, the stand-in for original unmediated jouissance, the master signifier S1 forces the virtual object A to split out of the subject, thus producing the birth, desiring, or divided subject. The split subject, objet Petit A, are the results of the initial inscription of the master signifiers. We can formulate this Lacanian insight into the following way. S1 arrow split subject slash A, objet Petit A. Another way to put all this is to say that objet petit a is the object void with the specific determinations added to it, around which your history of desire turns. It is a secret cause at the empty center of your personal narrative. It is that which organizes the plot of your life story without your knowing so. As far as phenomenological consciousness goes, it couldn't care less about objet A. However, all of our conscious activity is set in motion by this inconspicuous bait, this evasive motivator that remains tucked away in the background of desire's story. This is why Zizek likens objet A to the Hitchcockian plot device known as McGuffin, as well as Urach's alleged weapons of mass destruction. Shall I continue?
Excellent. No, I'll
Yeah.
read this quote. I'll read this quote and then hand it off to Luke for a round while I run and check on my cat downstairs. He's on a leash outside right now and he looks good, but I'll check on him because whenever I like look out the window or the door, if he looks at me and goes like this with his mouth, then I know he wants in. And if he looks at me and then just looks away, I know he's quite happy to stay outside. And so I just have to peek out there every once in a while. And I'll also get some more coffee. Everybody, I hope that wherever you're at today, you're able to enjoy a hot beverage or whatever the fuck you like to drink while you're listening to this. Or if you're working, I hope that it's making the time go fast. Do let me know if you get a chance. What's up? I love to know the international idiosyncratic, or to say diverse things that people are doing while we're doing one of these marathon streams. Now, with that said, I'll read this quote about the McGuffin. To mention the final example, the famous, and this is Zizek, to mention the final example, the famous McGuffin, the Hitchcockian object, the pure pretext whose sole role is to set the story in motion, but which is in itself nothing at all. The only significance of that McGuffin lies in the fact that it has more significance for the characters, that is, that it must seem to be of vital importance to them. The original anecdote is well known.
It said, I don't know if it's really important, but it said some significance, not more.
What did I say?
You said more significance for the characters.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just some. So
no, it's good. The only significance of the McGuffin lies in the fact that it has some significance for the characters. Yeah, that's good. That it must seem to be of vital importance to them. The original anecdote is well known. Two men are sitting in a train. One of them asks, "What's the package up there in the luggage rack?" The other says, "Oh, that's a McGuffin." "What's a McGuffin?" "Well, it's an apparatus for trapping lions in the Scottish Highlands." "But there are no lions in the Scottish Highlands." "Well then, that's not a McGuffin." There is another version which is much more to the point. It is the same as the other, with the exception of the last answer. "Well, you see how efficient it is." I like that answer. That's a McGuffin, a pure nothing which is nonetheless efficient. Needless to add, the McGuffin is the purest case of what Lacan calls objet petit a, a pure void which functions as the object cause of desire. That would be then the precise definition of the real object, a cause which in itself does not exist, which is present only in a series of effects, but always in a distorted, displaced way. That's from Sublime Objective Ideology, pages 183 through 4. Now, the other quote of Zizek's on the McGuffin is from The Fragile Absolute, page 21. The notorious Iraqi weapons of mass destruction offer another example of the objet petit a. They are an elusive entity, never empirically specified, a kind of Hitchcockian MacGuffin, expected to be hidden in the most disparate and improbable places, from the rather logical desert to the slightly irrational cellars of presidential palaces, so that when the palace is bombed, they may poison Saddam and his entire entourage. Allegedly present in large quantities, yet magically moved around all the time by workers, and the more they are destroyed, the more all-present and all-powerful they are in their threat, as if the removal of the greater part of them magically heightens the destructive power of the remainder. As such, by definition, they can never be found, and are therefore all the more dangerous. Right, take it away.
Let's make all of this even clearer. In good Zizekian fashion, we can use a couple of examples from popular films to illustrate these tricky concepts. First, we find an analogy for the desiring subject's relation to Objet Petit in the science fiction classic Terminator 2 Judgment Day. As the cyborg goes about searching for a John Connor, object of desire, he is constantly scanning the faces of all the people in his surrounding environment for those specific features, object cause of desire, that would identify John for him. This analogy is weak if we don't make an important clarification. The Terminator is performing this scanning process at a conscious level, whereas the desiring subject does it on an unconscious one. Nevertheless, it's like my unconscious is constantly scanning the objects I encounter for those libidinally invested traits I unknowingly associate with my fantasies of becoming whole again, that is, of regaining that lost part of myself. Objet Petit A. Should I continue, or do you want to take over, Karim? I'll continue.
Yeah,
we find an even better example of object cause of desire in Paul Thomas Anderson's Boogie Nights. It's almost as if the scene was purposely shot just to express the workings of Objet Petit A. The sequence I have in mind is the one in which Philip Seymour Hoffman seeks Mark Wahlberg for the very first time. The former is strongly attracted to the latter. The sequence is a panning shot of a pool party that's being thrown at Burt Reynolds' house. As Hoffman turns his head, he takes in the whole party for the sake of gaining a basic orientation with the festive environment. But something unique happens the moment he sets his eyes on Wahlberg. Suddenly, the rest of the party fades to darkness, while Wahlberg remains the only person visible in the spotlight of Hoffman's perception, desire. This single shot perfectly captures Objet Petit A. Why? The surrounding darkness represents Objet Petit A, as well as all of the imperceptible markers of jouissance. Phantasmatic features, libidinal attractor, master signifiers, stored within the unconscious. The objet A and the specific traits linked to it are not present in Hoffman's conscious experience of Wahlberg, in his perception of the object of his desire, but they are what cause Wahlberg to be the object. In his perception of the object of his desire, but they are what cause Wahlberg to be the objects his desire becomes fixated on. For Hoffman, Wahlberg has a kind of sublime presence that foregrounds itself, but in reality, it's the dark, unconscious background that causes him to stand out to Hoffman's conscious desire. Now, in this example from Boogie Nights, we don't know what specific traits causes Hoffman to desire Wahlberg, but we do get a vivid picture of how Objet A mechanistically causes a specific object or person to become the object of desire. We see how one object among many becomes positionally transfigured in the object pure splendor.
Okay, there we go. We're going to play this clip. I hope we don't get copyright struck for it. I think we should be fine. Even if... Because I could always appeal it. And this is definitely under fair use.
Get out of my way. All right, here, right? Shut the fuck up.
I don't know if we're supposed to hear anything, but it sounds fucked up.
For real? Oh, it sounds fucked up for you guys?
Yeah.
Let me... Yeah, I think everyone else can probably hear it, but let me fix it for you guys. Okay, I had to turn on original sound for musicians, and so now I think it'll be okay. Let's try again.
Even miracles. Where you from?
Sex a thing, you believe in miracles.
Hey, Reed. Hey, Scotty J, how are ya? You know. Who's this? Eddie, this is Scotty J. He's a friend. He works on some of the films.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, me too. Are you going to be working or?
Maybe.
Oh, probably. That's great. That's great. Because how'd you meet Jack? Because I work on the films, you know, sometimes. So if you ever, yeah.
Hey, Eddie. Come here a second, will you?
Could you excuse me for a minute?
Yeah.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey, Adams. Come. Hi. How do you do, Eddie?
All right, that's killer. And so the crucial moment, I'm going to go back to it for people listening on the podcast in the future. You know, he looks across the pool, and the guy who he goes and talks to, you heard him talking to, is the only thing visible. Everything else is cut out. So, like, how would you describe that? Is it? I don't know what the term for, like, when it's
Blacked out.
but it is like a spotlight, like on the ballerina, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the James Bond intro where the screen goes. Whoop.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, take it away.
Me? My turn?
I think so, actually, yeah.
Yeah, okay. This brings us to a key aspect of Objet Petit. This virtual object is the je ne sais. How do you read that? Does anyone know? Is it French?
Je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi. Okay. Je ne sais quoi, or the I don't know what, that makes a certain object or person become unexplainably special. That this object is the X factor or the it factor, the indefinable quality or elusive detail that makes something distinctive, sublime, or attractive. You know, there's something special about the person, but you never can quite put your finger on what exactly it is about them that does so. The object is the hidden treasure, or agalma, a term Lacan borrowed from Plato's Symposium. That turns an ordinary thing into a radiant prize. This can work in different ways. Sometimes the other person is positioned as object agalma, but other times you are in this position so as to imagine yourself as deserving of the other person's desire. Zizek writes, in late Lacan, on the contrary, the focus shifts to object that the subject itself is, to the agalma secret treasure, which guarantees a minimum of phantasmatic consistency to the subject's being. That is to say, Objet Petit as the object of fantasy is that something in me more than myself, on account of which I perceive myself as worthy of the other's desire. The Plague of Fantasies, page 9.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to do a quick shout out to, because I asked people what they're doing right now, and Spencer says he works at a storage facility, so he just sits there collecting rent. So perfect job for this. And Christian said, I'm listening to this as my boss paces back and forth in our warehouse/office, trying to look busy. That is so funny, guys. And Mikey is reading the comment section and responding to people. He sent me a 9-minute and 30-second voice message to play over stream. We'll probably listen to it in like 20 minutes, but let's keep going. All right, take it away, Karim.
However, this whole process can quickly take a turn for the worse. There is actually something very violent and dehumanizing when it comes to the workings of desire. sexuality, and objepetia. Lacan knew this all too well. I love you, but because inexplicably I love you in something more than you, the objepetia, I mutilate you. Seminar 11, The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis, page 268. His point is that you are merely using the other person as a means to actually get your hands on your objepetia. As we will see, this can never really happen. In other words, your desire for the other is just a go-between in the relation between your you, split subject, and the lost part of yourself, objepetia. Desire never cares for the other, with capital O, as an actual person, but instead is only interested in treating them as sexual prop. Now, what Lacan means here by love is sexual desire or erotic attraction, but he came to make a famous distinction between desire and love. Both Zizek and Baudu can help us to understand Lacan's later distinction.
Hello.
For Baudu, for Baudu, like the later Lacan, desire and love are opposed. However, love does involve desire. Desire relates to the body with its partial objects, Lacanian objepetia, that is, desire invested in certain physical features that it finds sexually attractive. The traits desire seeks out vary from person to person or from fantasy structure to fantasy structure. Love, on the other hand, is geared towards the totality of being of the other, the beloved. Desire aims at parts, love aims at the whole. Baudu draws this distinction between desire and love from Lacan of the 20th seminar. There, Lacan says, "For it is love that approaches being as such in the encounter." Seminar 20, Encore, page 145. Again, this means that love loves the whole person, the person in their being, in the fullness of their pure singularity and otherness. In their thisness, or how do you read that? Can you?
In their thisness or hexaity.
Hexaity, okay. In their thisness or hexaity, love loves that about another person, which is theirs alone, while desire fixates on specific traits, objet A, that are shared by many people. Baudu puts it like this. Lacan also thinks that love reaches out towards ontological, while desire focuses on the other. Always in somewhat fetishist manner, on particular objects like breast, buttocks, cock. Love focuses on the very being of the other. On the other, as it has erupted, fully armed with its being, into my love, the love thus disturbed and refashioned. In the Praise of Love, page 21.
I'll read a couple now. Lacan famously said, "There's no such thing as a sexual relationship." Seminar 20, Encore, page 12. What he meant is that sexuality never involves two people establishing a compatible, complementary, and mutually satisfying oneness. And just from the standpoint of an analyst who cares about broken people on his couch, right? Like that, he's dealing with people who are seeking help. The significance of this, I think, clinically, is that nothing's going to help you overcome the misery you're going through like coming to terms with certain imperfections or unsatisfactory feelings we might have about how not everything is complementary. And so this is why, there's no such thing as a sexual relationship is important. Now that's translated as sexual relationship. What we're getting at is perfect complementarity. And so if you've been in relationships before where you were like realizing you're not so complementary with the other person, and then you took that as just cause to move on. Now, there's probably, I'm not saying go back to this relationship. Don't try. But the point is like maturity is at a certain level coming to terms with the fact, well, yeah, we're human beings. We're getting to see one another for our actual singularity. And our actual singularity is non-reducible to the relationship that we have at the imaginative level. And so, or at the symbolic level. And so yeah, there is no perfectly complementary relationship. And if that's your ideal, then you're going to be fucking miserable, right? And so I think a lot of couples bickering and fights kind of comes from like, well, why can't the other person like compliment me in this perfect way? And it's like, you probably need to get over that. Lacan could help. So sexuality, desire, is a lot of things, but a yin-yang it is not. In fact, Lacan goes on to argue that love is what attempts to make up for the lack of a sexual relationship. Quote, what makes up for the sexual relationship is, quite precisely, love. Seminar 20, Encore, page 45. However, desire, sexuality, bodily pleasure, etc. are key elements of love. But on their own, they are something quite different. As Zizek likes to say, sex without love is just masturbation with a partner. Badiou describes all this in the following way. Jacques Lacan reminds us that in sex, each individual is to a large extent on their own, if I can put it that way. Naturally, the other's body has to be mediated, but at the end of the day, the pleasure will be always your pleasure. Sex separates, doesn't unite. The fact you are naked and pressing against the other is an image, an imaginary representation. What is real is that pleasure takes you a long way away, very far from the other. What is real is narcissistic. What binds is imaginary. So there is no such thing as a sexual relationship. Okay, we haven't unpacked the Borremian knot, but the three registers of the Borremian knot are the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. And they're saying that pleasure is in the real, whereas like the way that we try to stay in the relationship with the actual concrete other is through our actual perception and imagination, right? Which are both included in the imaginary register. So there is no such thing as a sexual relationship, concludes Lacan. His proposition shocked people, since at the time everybody was talking about nothing else but sexual relationships. If there is no sexual relationship in sexuality, love is what fills the absence of a sexual relationship. Lacan doesn't say that love is a disguise for sexual relationships. He says that sexual relationships don't exist, that love is what comes to replace that non-relationship. That's much more interesting. This idea leads him to say that in love, the other tries to approach the being of the other. In love, the individual goes beyond himself, beyond the narcissistic. In sex, you are really in a relationship with yourself via the mediation of the other. Perfect example being like if you've been in a dating phase where you were hooking up with people and like maybe it was on Tinder, maybe it was through the bar, like, but wherever you're just meeting up with people, having sex with them. This is masturbation. This is masturbation, but with like at least an admittedly more convincing prop than pornography. And more complicated as well, because you can ultimately develop feelings for that person, but, or they for you. But the point is like, yeah, sex, the fantasy is that, I mean, like the most simplistic elemental form of the fantasy is that, especially from the standpoint of the masculine subject, it's like, oh yeah, I put my dick in her, and then when I come, she comes, and everyone's happy. And it's like, yeah, well, wouldn't that be great if that's how it worked? But that's extremely rare. The more often than not, like, no, your satisfaction does not correlate perfectly with her satisfaction or his satisfaction. There's not this perfect complementarity. But love is going to go beyond that fantasy of sexual complementarity, and it's going to do something else. The other helps you to discover the reality of pleasure. In love, on the contrary, the mediation of the other is enough in itself. Such is the nature of the amorous, loving encounter. You go to take on the other, to make him or her exist with you, or he or she is, or as he or she is. It is a much more profound conception of love than the entirely banal view that love is no more than an imaginary canvas painted over the reality of sex. That's from In Praise of Love, page 18 and through 19. I've been looking for a place to shout out the fact that you will not find a piece like this anywhere else on the internet except for the Dangerous Maybe. Nobody has the scholarly chops that Mikey does. Nobody who's doing Lacanian writing except for like a couple of motherfuckers like Lorenzo Chiesa and like fucking Bruce Fink is as hardcore in the quotes. But I would say Mikey might even go further than those guys, because those guys kind of like, they live in this like world where everybody's read the same stuff and they've all been going to the same conferences for 20 years. Mikey is writing to an audience that doesn't know about these guys. And he uses whole quotes. He doesn't just go, he doesn't just summarize and then drop a footnote with a page number into the Chicago style footnote. No, he's actively showing us his cards, which is to say he doesn't just come along and tell us, Lacan says this, Badiou says that, Jesus says that, here's my position, no, or here's why they're all wrong, which is typical internet discourse. No, he's like, this is what they say, see it for yourself. Chapter, verse, right? Like page, chapter, verse, we got it. And that's why these blog posts are so useful. They're also why they take so much time. And so that's why you should support the Dangerous Maybe on Patreon. Even if it's just $5 a month, every time he's working on these, he has to pay for a coffee. He cannot do these kinds of posts from his house. He has to go and sit down somewhere and actually work on it. And he has to pay for a coffee to be able to use that space. Well, he's using his warehouse worker wages to pay for that. Hello. And is making, what's the word?
I don't know.
What's it called in a movie when there's an actor who just like pops in for a second? Cameo. Yeah. Good to see you. Anne and I will be lecturing on the Le Comfort crisis this Sunday, which is a piece that I'm working on for one of the upcoming anthologies. And to do that, she's going to be lecturing on The Comfort Crisis by Michael Easter, which is a very popular book. It's what we call a doxological artifact. It's very important, though, to the discourse today. And then I'll be doing an intro to Lacan, not like this reading and then talking a little bit. I'll be doing a full-on lecture, introduction to Lacan. So that's something you all have to look forward to. Normally, these are all member only, like monthly subscriber member only. But this one's actually going to be live streamed for the first hour and a half. And then the last hour and a half will be subscriber only. So the most important part being the intro to Lacan will be public. And then how that gets unpacked is the Le Comfort crisis. That'll be on the subscriber only side. Just got to make my plugs as we go throughout this. But anyway, bringing it back, Mikey gives you the page number, and it's just, it is like a hardcore scholarly activity. And I feel like in academia today, there's such a lowering of standards. You don't find this kind of work, but even if you do find this kind of work where it's like heavily sourced, it's still assuming an audience who knows. And Mikey's assuming an audience who doesn't know. And so, like I said, if you can find me someone else on the internet who wrote something on philosophy, much less Lacan, at this level, please send it my way. I don't hype him just because he's my friend. He's the only person doing this. All right, take it away, Luke.
All right, this will be the last thing I'll read. Then I have to go cook something to eat.
Sweet.
Like the later Lacan and Badiou, Zizek leaves open the possibility of true love. Love that fully embraces the other despite the aspects which do not conform to the coordinates of desire and fantasy. However, of course, true love is quite rare. Most of the time we merely mutilate, cut, and edit the other for the sole purpose of creating a prop on which we can project our fantasies centered around Objet. Love, desire, sexuality, reduces the other to the status of a sex. This is love in parentheses. This is why people fear the premature I love you. It fails to allow the beloved to gain enough temporal support for the fantasy that posits that the lover loves you for the fullness of your being and not merely because you happen to possess certain traits that easily and isomorphically align to those of the lover's objet petit a, colloquially speaking, the lover's type. This is why I like the example of the sex doll. It is a generic canvas on which gets projected a fundamental fantasy. The reason that most people are disgusted by the thought of having sex with a doll is because it gets too close to the real. That is, it mirrors a terrible unconscious truth that love turns actual people into sex objects. Again, this is why the premature I love you shatters the fantasy. It discloses that what the other loves is not you, but rather the object inside you that is more than you. That is objet petit a.
Can I quickly add something here with love? I personally find thinker Eric Fromm very useful when thinking about love, as I think his conception of love even goes against anything as like premature I love you, if someone knows what they mean by love, right? If and he explains love as like a craft, which is like a craft you do, committed craft that you perform in your life. So like there's not even such thing as premature I love you if you take Eric Fromm's conception of love, right? That's I think is important to point out when it comes to love.
So going with Eric Fromm and the idea of love as a craft, you're saying that like it's a way of life.
Yeah, kind of. So it's he's more detailed. He's more detailed in his book, The Art of Loving, I think, and it's more like so like his point of view doesn't even allow for a concept or like premature I love you to emerge in the first place. He explains it in a way that there's no such thing as premature I love you, which is like I find very enlightening on the concept of love. I just want to add that. I think.
Well, okay, but in defense of, I think the point though, wouldn't Fromm agree that you shouldn't say I love you on the second date when you're just getting to know a person? Like that would complicate things?
Yeah, I had that actually, and yeah, it does complicate it, but I think it does complicate it because there is no consensus on love as Eric Fromm talks about it. So, it's not, there's no understanding of it as Eric Fromm talks about it. So, like if you're willing to do a loving craft, then you're willing to do it and it can, work out or does not work out, but doesn't change the fact that you want to love.
Okay, I got
you. Isn't also saying I love you not always too late or too early? Like it's never like, I think I am more on that side. Like it's never right, and that's why you have to say it, because then you confront your own insecurity about this.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I first met my girlfriend, we also talked about this, like the awkwardness of just expressing I love you. Like and when it first came up, it just always just misses the mark in my head, in my view.
Yeah, I've usually been the first person to say it, and it's interesting. Like Anne was the first person to say it, and I was like totally shocked. I did not see it coming at all, but it was great, Well, Luke, I know you're about to head out here. I'm about to play that message from Mikey, but let's read like a couple more sections here. Kieran, are we right here?
I think so, or the one paragraph below. Where did you left off?
Oh yeah, it's like right here. Okay.
Yeah.
What's up? Oh, thank you. Speak of the devil. She brought me apples and peanut butter. Let's see. I got to change the format. So we're about to bring in. Hold on one sec. I've got to change up the scene here. But we're about to bring in Amar. So I'll be shooting the link over to him as you read, Kiran. All right, take it away.
Yeah. How does object A go transform from the sublime object into a piece of shit, a waste product? The reason why an object, person, can suddenly go from sublime to excremental is because it can never really fill in the void that is the absence of the original object or thing, thus thing, maternal body of jouissance. Every substitute, no matter how sublime it may seem, is just that, a substitute. Zizek writes, is not every element that claims the right to occupy the sacred place of the thing, by definition an excremental object, a piece of trash that can never be up to its task. This identity of opposite determinations, the elusive sublime object and the excremental trash, with the ever-present threat that the one will shift into the other, that the sublime grail will reveal itself to be nothing but a piece of shit, is inscribed in the very kernel of Lacanian Objet Petit A, the fragile absolute, page 23. In a lengthy passage, Zizek draws a multifaceted analogy between Objet Petit A and Coca-Cola. Since this sheds lots of light on the subject's relation to Objet Petit A, it's worth reading in its entirety. We will also use these insights to better understand how Objet A can shift from the sublime object to excremental remainder. I need to drink water. So can someone else take it?
Yeah. I'll take it. And actually, really quick here, let's welcome Amar on. You can turn on your camera whenever, Amar. Welcome. How's it going, man? Are you there?
Sorry, hello?
Hey, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
All right, hold up. Just fixing the audio. All right, speak please.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, should I turn on my video?
Yeah. I've got it ready to go.
All right, perfect. Hello.
Hey, great to have you, man.
Thank you.
Welcome. I know this is like, I've never had this many subscribers on stream before, but that's kind of the goal of these exegetical marathon streams, is to kind of to distribute it. And the thing is without me doing anything, there is exegetical reading, organizing going on the Discord between the members, but it's complicated organizing these kinds of things. And so a lot of, I think I've seen people in the forums spend a lot of time trying to set something up. And I was like, you know what? I just need to do some super streams with all of you all. And also in doing that, refine my method for how to put these things together, because I think that it can be a lot easier to do these than we've made it for ourselves over the last like 6 months. And so I'm going to be rolling out a series of tutorials for everybody. There's various ways to make this thing smoother, and it's a fine-tuned process. It's coming together. But this is the first time we've had Amar on. Great to have you, man. So basically right now, yeah, we're just doing like it depends, but right now when there's 3 people on, we each read 2 paragraphs, and then we just take turns. But you've been watching for a little while. Is that right?
Theory Underground or the live stream?
The live stream today. Yeah.
The live stream today. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the live stream. I just woke up like an hour ago though, so I couldn't watch too much of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Did you have any questions about where we've been, or do you want to just dive into it?
I'm happy to just dive right into it. Yeah.
Killer. All right. Awesome. Yeah. Take it away.
All right. How does Objet A go transform from the sublime object into a piece of shit, a waste product? The reason why an object, person, can suddenly go from sublime to excremental is because it can never really fill in the void that is the absence of the original object or thing, das Ding, the maternal body of jouissance. Every substitute, no matter how sublime it may seem, is just that, a substitute. Zizek writes, quote, "Is not every element that claims the right to occupy the sacred place of the thing by definition an excremental object, a piece of trash that can never be up to its task?" This identity of opposite determinations, the elusive sublime object and or excremental trash, with the ever-present threat that the one will shift into the other, that the sublime grail will reveal itself to be nothing but a piece of shit, is inscribed in the very kernel of the Lacanian Objet Petit, end quote. And then down here it says, in a lengthy passage, Zizek draws a multifaceted analogy between Objet Petit and Coca-Cola. Since this sheds lots of light on the subject's relation to Objet, it's worth reading in its entirety. We will also use these insights to better understand how Objet can shift from sublime object to excremental remainder. And should I read this quote here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What is crucial here from the psychoanalytic perspective is the link between the capitalist dynamics of surplus value and the libidinal dynamics of surplus enjoyment. Let us elaborate this point apropos of Coca-Cola as the ultimate capitalist merchandise and as such as surplus enjoyment personified. It is no surprise that Coke was first introduced as a medicine. Its strange taste does not seem to provide any particular satisfaction. It is not directly pleasing and endearing. However, it is precisely as such, as transcending any immediate use value, unlike water, beer, or wine, which definitely do quench our thirst or produce the desired effects of satisfied calm, that Coke functions as the direct embodiment of it, of the pure surplus of enjoyment over standard satisfactions, of the mysterious and elusive X we are all after in our compulsive consumption of merchandise. The unexpected result of this feature is not that since Coke does not satisfy any concrete need, we drink it only as a supplement after some other drink has satisfied a substantial need. Rather, it is this very superfluous character that makes our thirst for Coke all the more insatiable. As Jacques-Alain Miller put it so succinctly, Coke has the paradoxical property that the more you drink, the thirstier you get, the greater your need to drink more. With that strange bittersweet taste, our thirst is never effectively quenched. So, when, some years ago, the advertising slogan for Coke was, "Coke is it," we should note its thorough ambiguity. That's it precisely insofar as that's never actually it. Precisely insofar as every satisfaction opens up a gap of I want more. The paradox, therefore, is that Coke is not an ordinary commodity whereby its use value is transubstantiated into an expression of, or supplemented with, the erratic dimension of pure exchange value, but a commodity whose very peculiar use value is itself already a direct embodiment of the supersensible aura of the ineffable spiritual surplus, a commodity whose very material properties are already those of a commodity. This is brought to its conclusion in the case of caffeine-free Diet Coke. Why? We drink Coke, or any drink, for two reasons: for its thirst-quenching or nutritional value, and for its taste. In the case of caffeine-free Diet Coke, nutritional value is suspended, and the caffeine, as the key ingredient of its taste, is also taken away. All that remains is a pure semblance of an artificial promise of a substance which never materialized. Is it not true in this sense, in the case of caffeine-free Diet Coke, we almost literally drink nothing in the guise of something? What we are implicitly referring to here is, of course, Nietzsche's classic opposition between wanting nothing in the sense of I don't want anything, and the nihilistic stance of actively wanting nothingness in itself. Following Nietzsche's path, Lacan emphasized how in anorexia, the subject does not simply eat nothing. Rather, here he actively wants to eat the nothingness, the void, that is itself the ultimate object cause of desire. The same goes for Ernst Kriss's famous patient who felt guilty of theft, although he did not actually steal anything. What he did steal, again, was the nothingness itself. So along the same lines, in the case of caffeine-free Diet Coke, we drink the nothingness itself, the pure semblance of a property that is in effect an envelope of a void. This example brings home the inherent link between three notions, that of Marx's surplus value, that of the Lacanian objet petit a as surplus enjoyment, the concept that Lacan elaborated with direct reference to Marxian surplus value, and the paradox of the superego, perceived long ago by Freud. The more Coke you drink, the thirstier you are, the more profit you make, the more you want. The more you obey the superego command, the guiltier you are. In all three cases, the logic of balanced exchange is disturbed in favor of an excessive logic of the more you give, the more you repay your debts, the more you owe, or the more you have what you long for, the more you lack, the greater your craving, or the communist version, the more you buy, the more you have to spend. That is to say, of the paradox which is the very opposite of the paradox of love, where, as Juliet put in her immortal words to Romeo, quote, the more I give, the more I have, end quote. The key to this disturbance is, of course, surplus enjoyment, the objet petit a, which exists, or rather persists, in a kind of curved space. The nearer you get to it, the more it eludes your grasp, or the more you possess it, the greater the lack, end quote.
And that was from The Fragile Absolute, pages 19 to 21. We do, by the way, just always make sure to bring that in, because like the difference between a normal post about theory and a Mikey post is the Mikey post comes with the quotes and we always want to make sure to read the book it's from with the page number as a tribute to the fact that he put in that effort, but also it's just good habit. But no, your narrating skills, man, are really good. Do you actually do professional audiobook reading?
No, I do speech and debate. So speaking is like something where I practice it a fair bit, although it's been a couple months since the season ended. Yeah.
Like not a lot of people do the thing where you read the parenthetical in like what I call the aside voice, but you're like, but you're like, the more you repay your debts, and then you're back on reading like normal. And it's like, I was like, hey, yeah, like that's real narrator shit right there. Like, and actually we had comments in the comments section about your narrating. So anyway, I'm going to play the Mikey 9-minute and 33 second audio clip here so we can all kind of just get refreshed, step aside, do whatever, sit here and nod along, whatever. I'm going to be taking notes. Let's go.
Yo. So, hey, Sean, so throughout the stream, and I haven't seen all of it, remember, but you've mentioned the whole thing like drive and desire. Like, what's the relation, especially in relation to Objet, right? I'm going to give you a little on the spot, impromptu explanation of what the situation with that is. Okay, so here's the deal. Let's stick with desire. And remember, you at one point you said it. Objet is not the object cause of drive. It's not the object cause of jouissance. Now, obviously, it's all of these are related, right? But that's where it becomes so theoretically blurry, is not being clear on what the relations are. So let me see if I can unblur the blur. Okay, so objet, object cause of desire. Couple things there. One, on the one hand, the establishment of objet falling out of us, so to speak, via symbolic castration, socialization, name of the father, prohibition, etc. Right? Once objet has fallen out of us, it literally causes desire as such to really take hold, right? Like, of course, like babies have spontaneous little impulses or wishes or whatever, but like for us to be desiring subjects, for desire as such to really emerge in us and orient our subjectivity, is for objet to cause that to happen. It's the loss in scare quotes of objet that initiates desire, right? So that's desire as such. But at the same time, objet, because it becomes embodied in specific objects, it also causes us to desire the specific objects we desire. Now, the question is, and I kind of go through I honestly, I haven't read that post in so long. I'm not exactly sure what I say in it. But here's the thing, right? There are certain associations we have. There's certain traits in other people. So say you have a type of person you desire, right? You in relationships, you tend to have a type, right? Well, obviously that person has certain features, that they share in common with other people, right? And those features have some sort of unconscious association to jouissance, fantasy, etc. And somehow those associations, in their traits and their features, etc., have a way of causing them to have objet. So that's it's tricky, and Lacanians are never clear on this whole thing. Why does my objet have specific traits that cause it to be embodied in certain, like, I always want Lacanians to talk about that. They never do. And so I try to emphasize that because it is important, right? We don't all desire the exact same objects, right? So the question is, what is it about us? And this is what Dave was getting at with gaze. What is it about my perspective on things that imbues specific objects with objet, whereas yours and Dave's, like you guys, like our desire doesn't fixate on the same objects, right? It doesn't fixate on the same movies, doesn't fixate on the same bands, right? Like, it's a different thing. So, on the one hand, objet causes desire as such. On the other, given its relation to certain traits, its associations with them, it also causes us to desire specific idiosyncratic objects we desire. Okay. Now, the trick with desire is that desire is always seeking the impossible object, which is seeking the attainment of objet. Now, the problem is no specific concrete object can make good on its promise of delivering objet. So desire famously just skips from object to object. And capitalism takes full advantage of this with consumerism, getting us to buy one object after another, right? And the point is, if I just get that last thing, that final thing that'll make me happy, I'll really be happy. No, you won't. And desire's never satisfied. But nonetheless, desire's trajectory, its movement is always in pursuit of objet. So it's trying to get it. It can't get it, but it's trying to get it. And so this is what, when Lacanians talk about like the metonymic movement of desire, what that shit boils down to is that objet, you once you get the object, you realize objet's not in it, and so we end up projecting objet onto something else. And this is like objet skips from one object to another. And look, I don't mean to make objet sound evil or demonic, but you can think of like movies that have like demonic possession in them. Think of how like a demon or a spirit or whatever uses one body as a host, and then it skips into another body, and then it skips into another body. Well, that's what objet in a similar way does with the objects we desire. We get the thing, it loses its erotic appeal. Now we're back into fantasizing about something else. Oh, if I could just attain that. And so desire just keeps skipping or pivoting from one object to the next. And he uses the linguistic term metonymy that he gets from Jakobson to explain the mechanism of how this works, right? But ultimately, for our purposes, we'll just say objet keeps skipping from one object to another. It's the demon that skips from host to host to host. But the point is, we can never get it. That's why we call it the impossible object. Okay. Key is desire.
There's 3 more minutes This is great. This is killer. I have an image of Mikey up on the screen that can you guys actually see that? I don't think you guys can see it, right? Yeah. Well, it's up on the screen for the people watching from the YouTube side. But for the people who are listening to this on podcast in the future, I just wanted to tell you all that the image is of Mikey with his Carhartt beanie and his hoodie. It looks like it's cold at the time. And he has his reflector vest on. And he's in the warehouse that he works at. And you can see, it's just like, it's just standard warehouse behind him. It's the Mikey warehouse worker image. And I mean, I've got other ones. I've got the one where he's on top of the forklift, and that one's amazing. But anyway, the reason I have this up on the screen is because I like to think in terms of media theory. I like to think in terms of doing experiments with the medium. I like to think in terms of pushing the medium and doing things that nobody else is doing with the medium. I don't think that Mikey, at the time that he took this picture, imagined that we would be reading his post, all of us taking turns reading it for 2 days in a row with 12 different people involved. And that as we read it, he would be able to, from work, be listening to it while his image is up on the screen. And then he would be able to read a live audience's thoughts about that post. And then in real time, more or less, send his reflections or clarifications. And I just feel like this is a weird way of looping things back into our lives. It's just a weird way of playing with the medium, and it's fucking awesome. But I'll let this finish playing.
Seeks to get it. It's always in pursuit of it. Drive is fundamentally related to Objet too, but in a different way. So the way Lacan will talk about it in seminar 11 is that drive circles the object, which in this case is Objet. So what the fuck does that mean? It circles it. Here's the thing. If you're circling an object, you're going around it, but you never actually get it. You're constantly missing it. And this is why Todd is so good on this stuff, because he talks about enjoying what we don't have, right? So whereas Objet is always being pursued by desire in almost like a linear way, it's a straight movement. We pivot, but it's I'm staying fixed. I'm going to get that object, right? Drive involves the enjoyment we get from not getting what we desire. So this is the friction between desire and drive. Desire really wants to attain Objet. Drive sabotages our attainment of Objet. And again, we can't get it anyway. But nonetheless, we have some fantasy scenario. Oh, if I just had a perfect body, right, I would be happy. Well, drive is all of the cheat meals and not going to the gym. But it's all the things that we do to miss getting the Objet, to circle the Objet, right? If I just had the perfect wife, I would be happy, or a perfect husband, I would be happy. Well, okay. But then what you find is that people have what we nowadays refer to as toxic relationship dynamics. And the point is people will sit there and fantasize, oh, if I could just be with her, but she didn't cause this specific sort of drama, she would be perfect, right? But what we don't get is no, the drama she causes, the drama he causes in our relationships is what actually fuels our actual enjoyment, right? That's where we're self-sabotaging ourselves by unconsciously repeating dynamics or what we would just call drama that seem to get in the way of our happiness, but is actually the source of our actual everyday jouissance, opposed to the phantasmatic, impossible jouissance we can't get. So it's through drive hindering or putting obstacles in the way of desire that we actually enjoy. This is our self-sabotaging jouissance in an actual everyday sense of the word. And that's the friction. So whatever, desire rooted in fantasy, whatever it's trying to pursue, having the perfect body, having the perfect career, having the perfect partner, drive is the enjoyment we get from self-sabotaging the realization of that desire. So, okay, I've gone on for almost 10 minutes. I'll leave it at that. But that's what you got to realize is like drive is the actual jouissance we get from sabotaging the realization of our fantasy oriented desire. So this is why drive is in this conflict with desire and fantasy, right? Okay, later.
What do you guys think about that?
Would you like to go first? Is your name pronounced Karim or how do you
Karim.
pronounce
Karim. Yeah.
Would you
I
like to
can
go first?
go first. I just think about this idea of like the creating the drama and getting this enjoyment from it as like a smoker. You really live that, like if you try to quit it, you know, it becomes enjoyable to try to quit it, so you don't quit it. So you always, you know, make the same pattern of like I want to quit, I want to quit, I want to quit, and then you don't quit, and you get enjoyment from that last cigarette, which I think, sorry, my dogs are barking.
We don't hear
Which
them.
I think, okay. This also is mentioned, I think, in Alenka Zuzampic's the fantasy of the end talk, which is, you know, it just reminded me of that, which is like a very interesting thing, like as someone goes through, like it's unimaginable in some way. It doesn't make sense in common sense, any common sense. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, there were two things that I found really interesting there. The first was something key to point out is that we can't desire can't be infinitely regressive in the sense that desire can't just desire things constantly and have no end to it, right? I think Aristotle talks about this with the good, correct me if I'm wrong, where he's like, okay, the good can't constantly aim at something else. It has to eventually have some end in itself or something to end that and produce the good. With Lacan, it seems to be he's talking about how there is an illusory end to it, so that what we're perpetuating is this infinitely regressive cycle of constantly desiring more, but we have to have this illusory end to be able to sustain that continuous cycle. The second thing which I thought was really interesting was, I mean, I'm just going to be kind of reiterating what Mikey said, but I thought he did a really good job of making this example or parallel with relationships. A lot of people tend to go, you know, oh, you know, as he said, if only there wasn't this situation where I said this to her, or if only she didn't say this to me, or if only she showed up for, let's say, my graduation or something like that, right? But what people fail to realize is that very failure was sort of central to the relationship itself, and without it, it wouldn't have even functioned to begin with. So yeah, I thought those 2 points were particularly interesting.
Yeah, I thought the relationship part is really special. It's like if you get your jouissance, undermining the fantasy of a harmonious relationship, and the other also does, that's where you both spiral out and shit gets toxic and you say things that you would never say, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, get the fuck out of that relationship. I don't care how much you love each other. Like you cannot be in a relationship with somebody where your libidinal economy gets its fucking self-destructive jouissance from hurting the other person, and then that person gets it from hurting you back. That's like the worst possible thing you can be in. And it's a common experience today. And so, but you know, we usually think about jouissance more at the level of like the personal consumer or like the driver with the road rage. And it's like, well, I notice it when I'm working at Amazon. I quit a couple months ago, thanks to my subscribers and patrons. But, you know, it's like, yeah, exactly. Hold on. I escaped. But sometimes I'd be working and then I'm getting all like, just like fucking annoyed by something a worker's doing. And it's just like, why? It's not my business. It's not worth caring about. It's distracting me from what I'm here to do, which is listen to audiobooks and take notes for my books. Like, so why do I care about how this person is working too fast, too hard, potentially going to hurt themselves, or on the other side, like they're not helping at all. It's like those two kinds of personalities would like rub me the wrong way. And it's like, who cares? They're guaranteed to exist. That kind of person is guaranteed to be anywhere you work. Why have I not come to terms with that? And it's like, well, it's because I have this fantasy of being the worker who gets along with the other workers and is also like not taking it too seriously, but is also not making everybody else's job harder. So I have this fantasy in my mind of what it is to be the ideal worker. And then I use that to bludgeon myself or others. And then of course, the bludgeoning part, that's where the jouissance comes in and ultimately causes me to undermine my fantasy of being that convivial comrade kind of worker, And so, I love it. But now the thing I wanted to bring it back to is that drive circles objet. Objet is what desire wants. It will never get it, but so in this case, your objet is my objet is fixated on being the ideal worker, which is not working too hard, but also not making everybody else's job too hard and getting along with everybody, even if they don't satisfy those criteria. So that's what I want. Drive is enjoying circling that. And as it circles that, it makes me this fucking asshole to work with. Yeah.
I have a question actually here. Just a quick question, if I may.
Yeah. Of course.
So can we say in this paradigm, the fantasies can be something freeing or something that holds you? So it can it have like two aspects of fantasy, where a fantasy that makes you free and a fantasy that makes you hold you back?
I feel like that is the best question anybody's asked about Lacan this year at Theory Underground. Like that question right there, it goes really well with like what I've been thinking about, which is why I prefer it. Like it fits into like a whole set of questions I have. For now, I'll just leave that open. What do you think, Amar? Is there like, are there, let me just double check to make sure I understand it. Freeing fantasies as opposed to like enslaving fantasies.
Yeah.
Okay, so I might have radically misinterpreted what you said, but if I did, hopefully my radical misinterpretation is productive in some way. I have this very good McGowan quote, if I may. It's like 4 sentences long, and I think it addresses the question. Could I read that?
Yeah, great.
So this is from Enjoying What We Don't Have, page 213. Through imagining a world that exists without male and female gender categories, Le Guin imagines what patriarchal ideology renders unthinkable and thereby defies its unthinkable status. Le Guin's novel can't accomplish a physiological miracle and allow biological men to bear children, but it can change the way that we think about the activity, prompting us to stop viewing the burden as uniquely feminine. This is one of the ways in which Le Guin's phantasmatic scenario allows subjects to think new possibilities. In doing so, it reveals a political power that exists implicitly within all fantasizing. So we can kind of think about this, and the way I kind of interpret this whole idea is, so Mark Fisher talks about capitalist realism, right? We're stuck in this, world where we can't really imagine anything beyond capitalism. But what McGowan seems to tell us to do is to, instead of trying to imagine a future, to fantasize one. And it is precisely within the space of fantasy that we can find a real liberatory power where it can be repressive, but it can also be liberatory.
It was That was so on point, and the lagoon example is very good as well, because the way I derived this question was from Tolkien when he said, I use fantasy in the correct sense as escaping from something. So like people accuse him of being escapist because of like writing fantasy, and he says, you know, like I use escape in the right sense as escaping from prison. So like that's where I come with the question and with fantasy literature, and you know, so it was perfect.
Yeah, I really like that. And then we have to think about how time energy is a fantasy, you know, like the idea of having large energy infused repeatable blocks of reliable time throughout your week to be able to, you know, sacrifice towards your own talent, skill, purpose, passion driven projects, as well as build relationships and just do all the things that we can't do when it's all reduced to labor power on the market, right? Like, well, the more you think about all the things that you would do if you had time energy, the more unsatisfactory this existing reality becomes, and the more it clarifies like what you want to work towards at the personal, organizational, and global levels. And so, like but let's go back to the individual level. I almost want to like, okay, so back to being the worker who is balanced. You know, the virtue is in the mean. I'm the worker who's not working too hard, is not working in a way that makes everyone else's job harder, and is convivial. Well, then my drive is going to keep circling that, and I'm going to keep fixating on the fact that other people aren't being blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, is there a way that I could, just as an individual, like without therapy or analysis or something, is there a way that I can fine tune my fantasy? Because I know that a lot of it's at this unconscious level. Now in retrospect, I'm like, that's what the fantasy was. At the moment, I wasn't thinking that way. It was just bothering me. But now in retrospect, I'm like, yeah, that's what it was. So the question is like, is there something you can do to become aware of the operative fantasy and then actually change it through conversations with others, through writing, you know, for yourself, through engaging with literature or maybe with art that would give you some other ideal, and that other ideal would then, as you undermine that other ideal, it actually helps you actualize the previous fantasy. So for instance, you want to be the convivial, virtue in the mean kind of worker. What if I had like what if I just started reading a bunch of Bukowski and I started idolizing like the ultimate kind of just selfish asshole, and I started being like, nah, man, I'm gonna be more like that, or maybe I'm more like the dude from Bukowski, or sorry, not Bukowski, The Big Lebowski. That was a fun slip. You know, because he's definitely the slacker on the extreme end. I don't know, like having different models, you know, maybe like put that up in your locker at work, like the picture of the dude or something like that. Like start refining your fantasy, changing your fantasy, and then you'll undermine that fantasy, but in what way? I don't know. Like it seems like there's plenty of room to experiment here, and that it's something this is not a question for the clinic, because no, this is a question for us in our own personal lives. So yeah, I'd be definitely interested in looking at the chat if anybody shares thoughts about ways that they have done that or might try something along those lines. And then Mikey said, Sean, I wouldn't say that desire and drive are the same thing. Instead, I'd say that they have a fundamental relation. The destructive aspect of drive relies on desire's phantasmatic goals. And I think that this is a follow-up to Sean saying some stuff higher up in the chat. Yeah. Which I'm not gonna go up through the chat right now. If Mikey has anything else he'd like to add in response to the chat, we'll make sure it gets played before this is over. But we've got about another hour before this will be over. Mikey also said desire relies on drive insofar as desire is fueled by drive's partial jouissance. Okay, cool. We'll get back to reading. Kerem, you want to take the next two paragraphs?
Yeah. Where were we? Can you to state the obvious?
So this,
okay.
Well, remember the giant quote.
Yeah. To state the obvious, Zizek just said many important things about Objet Petit A via its likeness to Coke. The Objet A is one, the it that is never really it. Two, that which keeps us consuming commodities. Three, surplus enjoyment. Four, useless supplement. Five, paradox. Six, pure semblance or artificial promise. Seven, nothingness or void. To summarize, objet A causes our desire, but it also increases and intensifies it due to the fact that it is unattainable. The more we try to fill the void in ourselves, the more we end up desiring, since we are pursuing an impossible object, that is, a void or nothingness. Picture a car stuck in the mud. The more it spins its wheels, the more it gets stuck in the mud. The more you try to get traction or satisfaction, the less you have it. This is why Zizek compares objet A to Coca-Cola. The more Coke you drink, the thirstier you are. This is also what gives objet Petit A its own unique type of jouissance, called surplus jouissance. This is not the original jouissance enjoyed at the maternal body, the thing, but the second-order jouissance produced by our failed attempts via desire to regain the original object. Surplus jouissance is the...
Is this, Mikey, is this different than when you were talking earlier about the two kinds of jouissance and you said there's unmediated jouissance versus represented jouissance? Are we talking about the same thing when we start talking about surplus jouissance, or is surplus jouissance something that builds up between the two or aside from the two? Is that a third? Is it a third thing? Is it derivative from one of those specifically? I'm just curious about that, but keep going.
Okay. Surplus jouissance is the excess jouissance we get from chasing objet A, but never actually catching it. Likewise, we get enjoyment from drinking Coke precisely because it does not satisfy us. Both objet A and Coke are the it that's not really it. We see this mechanism at work in consumerism with its false promise that claims some commodity will finally come along and complete us by bestowing upon the great satisfaction or happiness with a capital H. As the narrator in Fight Club says, when you buy furniture, you tell yourself that's it. That's the last sofa I will need. Whatever else happens, got that sofa problem handled. I had it all. I had a stereo that was very decent, a wardrobe that was getting very respectable. I was close to being complete. Let us briefly return to the idea that objet A can quickly shift from the sublime object to extramental trash by connecting this transition to Coke. While Zizek didn't explicitly make this connection in the long passage above, I argue it's there at a tacit level. He alludes to this connection in The Pervert's Guide to Ideology. Coca-Cola perfectly embodies the shift from sublimity to shit. How? Just think about what happens to Coke when it's been left out too long. It goes flat. The sublime taste of Coke turns putrid. I can't even count how many times I have seen people spit out flat Coke or pour out the remainder of an old can or bottle. The conditions, cold temperature, recently opened, etc., have to be just right for the Coke to have that sublime taste, just as the scenery, phantasmatic staging, ideal setting, has to be right for objet Petit A to shine in the other person, object of desire, sexual partner, commodity. When Coke goes flat, you pour it out. When objet A turns to shit, you discard the grotesque other. When objet Petit A departs from the other, all desire is left with its flat Coke. Any number of things can cause this shift to occur. For example, changes in the other's physical appearance, weight, aging, hair, fashion, tattoos, manifestations of annoying flaw or deep insecurity, loss of a certain social status, etc.
Great job.
I know. Yeah.
I'll read two here and then pass it. I now want to briefly discuss how objet Petit A relates to fantasy. Lacan's famous formula of fantasy is the bard's subject, and then the Lossinger symbol or whatever that means greater than, but also lesser than, objet A. That is, the desiring subject in relation to objet. According to Lacan, all desiring subjects ultimately have a fundamental fantasy at their unconscious foundation, which organizes their idiosyncratic relations to objet. This structural fantasy is an unconscious scenario, foundational dynamic, underlying outline, or interpersonal blueprint. In other words, the fundamental fantasy is the skeleton of desire. This is why Zizek likens it to Immanuel Kant's concept of transcendental schematism. Quote, the first thing to note is that fantasy does not simply realize a desire in a hallucinatory way. Rather, its function is similar to that of Kantian transcendental schematism. A fantasy constitutes our desire, provides its coordinates. That is, it literally teaches us how to desire. Fantasy mediates between the formal symbolic structure and the positivity of the objects we encounter in reality. That is to say, it provides a schema according to which certain positive objects in reality can function as objects of desire, filling in the empty places opened up by the formal symbolic structure. To put it in somewhat simplified terms, fantasy does not mean that when I desire a strawberry cake and cannot get it in reality, I fantasize about eating it. The problem is rather, how do I know that I desire a strawberry cake in the first place? This is what fantasy tells me. The plaque of fantasies, page 7. It's the plague, but he put plaque. That's great. The plaque of fantasies is like, it's like a book about a dentist. Take it away, Amar.
The fantasy formula, the barred subject with the Lassergen symbol. How do you?
Greater than lesser. We'll just say that. We'll say the barred subject greater than lesser than objet. Yeah.
Okay. The fundamental fantasy is the organizing principle of desire and is primarily identified with the lozenge sign lesser than greater than. This diamond-shaped symbol is a condensation of 4 other symbols. 1, caret, the conjunction sign. 2, the caret upside down, this disjunction sign. 3, the greater than sign. And 4, the less than sign.
Dang, I was only half right. So I got 2 out of 4. Okay. By the way, here's how you pronounce it. I brought it up.
Lozenge.
Lozenge.
Okay, lozenge.
Okay.
Okay. One's fundamental fantasy can involve all sorts of desirous structures. Conjunctive scenarios, fusion, synthesis, merger. Disjunctive scenarios, repudiation, rejection, distancing. Greater than scenarios, superiority, domination, sadism. Less than scenarios, submission, dependency, masochism. Each desiring subject has a fundamental fantasy with one of these basic dynamics. In fact, one's fundamental fantasy is what gives each person's desire a certain individuality. The fundamental fantasy is the fingerprint of subjectivity. Zizek calls this the factor. The Freudian point regarding fundamental fantasy would be that each subject, female or male, possesses such a factor which regulates his or her desire. A woman viewed from behind, on her hands and knees, was the Wolfman's factor. A statue-like woman without pubic hair was Ruskin's factor, and so on. And that's from the Plaque of Fantasies, page 8. When thinking about the lozenge in the subject barred lozenge, objet petit a, think about the lyrics from Sweet Dreams by Eurythmics. Quote, some of them want to use you, some of them want to get used by you, some of them want to abuse you, some of them want to be abused, end quote.
That's by Marilyn Manson. Get it right. No, I'm just kidding. Except however, I straight up only really know the Marilyn Manson like version of that. That's so funny.
Really? You're not.
I mean, I've heard but I heard the Marilyn Manson first, and so that's it's for me the original, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Gangster's Paradise, where it's like the originals from Stevie Wonder, right?
Yeah, exactly.
However, we must resist the impulse to think of fantasy as an obstacle in our view of reality. Zizek claims that fantasy is what actually gives us access to the world. He says, quote, with regard to the basic opposition between reality and imagination, fantasy is not simply on the side of imagination. Fantasy is, rather, the little piece of imagination by which we gain access to reality, the frame that guarantees our access to reality, our sense of reality. When our fundamental fantasy is shattered, we experience the loss of reality, end quote. And this is from Is It Possible to Traverse the Fantasy in Cyberspace from the Zizek Reader, page 122. To put this in Martin Heidegger's terms, for Zizek, fantasy is the individualistic aspect of the clearing. Fantasy is the mindness of disclosure as such. What makes the shared social clearing mine is the fantasy through which I comport myself towards the beings I encounter in the world. For Heidegger, authentic being towards death is that on the basis of which Dasein could be truly individuated. But Zizek thinks we're always already individuated in relation to Das Man, the big other, the symbolic order, before we ever have a resolute confrontation with death, since the fundamental fantasy is the hidden individualizing mechanism of Dasein's existence. Fantasy is thus the unconscious, pre-authentic individuality of Dasein. Simply put, all desiring subjects unconsciously pursue the objet petit a, that lost remainder of themselves. But fundamental fantasy gives each of them a way to stage a scenario in which they regain it. The fundamental fantasy is a roadmap to that lost part of yourself. Of course, the problem is that it can never actually be regained, but one feature of fantasy is that it conceals this impossibility.
Excellent. I'm going to play this message from Mikey.
So yeah, on the topic of like, can fantasy free us, right? From the Lacanian perspective, no. Like this is a core thing to understand about fantasy, because what fantasy is always doing is covering the lack in the other. Like that's its core function, right? We don't know what the other desires, so we come up with a hypothesis, a fantasy, about what it would be to fulfill their desire, which is what tells us what to desire, right? Like objet is always, in a sense, an interpretation of the other's desire in a roundabout way. So the point is, fantasy is always a concealment of the lack in the other, and that could be that there's no way to ever make mommy and daddy happy. There's no way to ever make your significant other completely happy. There's no way to ever perfectly institute communism. There's no way to ever perfectly make the capitalist economy work for everybody. Like whatever it is that fuels somebody in their desire, like fantasy is always promising them that wholeness is possible, right? Fantasy stages this drama of why, like it explains to you why you lack.
Sounds like you got to go here, Kerem. Great to have you, man. Thank you for being here. This was fun.
Take care.
Take care.
Take care.
And it always is going to be other oriented. You lack because the other lacks. And so if you could like, I mean, this is the ideological fantasy of like, oh, Germany is in turmoil. Why is everything in turmoil? Well, it's because of the Jews. So, right, that's how fantasy functions at this ideological level. Like, you don't know what the problem is. You can't name the problem. The problem is multifaceted, and you exchange all of that anxiety-provoking confusion for a simple answer, a simple dramatization or narrative, which is provided by fantasy. So it tells you, oh, if I just have to do this, this is how we make Germany great again, right? You get the same thing with Make America Great Again. You get all these dramatizations or narratives that explain to you why you lack, why the other lacks. When I say why the other lack, in our case, why America is in the shitter right now. Here's a scapegoat figure that explains it and plugs up the hole. And now we don't feel so anxious, right? So the point is, fantasy is always a fake. I'm always going to lack. The other's always going to lack. There's never going to be perfect jouissance. There's never going to be perfect wholeness. And fantasy is what deludes us into thinking that wholeness is possible. So when Lacan talks about traversing the fantasy, it's not like once I traverse the fantasy, I'm never going to have fantasies ever again. Of course not. We're going to continue to be oriented by fantasy as long as we live. But what traversing the fantasy does is it gets the subject to realize that they themselves are imbuing the fantasy with the power it has. Like, the fantasy is just a sketch, an interpretation of what you posit would have to be in place for things to be happy. And putting this emphasis on the fact that it is your fantasy, right? It drives home the point. This is not an objective answer to how to make everything perfect, right? It's just your most idiosyncratic personal hope and dream in how you could do it. But traversing the fantasy is the realization, like, no, this is just me. Like, this is just how I'm answering an impossible question, right? And even if I continue to fantasize, your relationship to fantasy has been fundamentally altered. Like, you can't have the same investment in fantasy once you realize that it's a bullshit story, right? And when that takes hold, right, you are forever modified. This is part of the aspect of what's so important about subjective destitution. So for Lacan, we are always being held captive by fantasy. The point is to traverse the fantasy, which is not to free ourselves once and for all from having fantasies. We're always going to have fantasies, but is to undergo a complete reorientation in how we relate ourselves to our fantasies. And it is to fundamentally reckon with our ontological incompleteness, our lack, and more importantly, the lack in the other, that we can never satisfy the other, no matter what we do, right? Basically, we cannot make everything perfect. We cannot have ontological wholeness. And so that reorientation via subjective destitution, that is the freedom. Like, so this is freedom from fantasy, right? Like, this is one of these core moments of Lacan where, if we're going to talk about freedom, one essential aspect is to say freedom is freedom from the death grip of fantasy, right? So yeah, for Lacan, there's really nothing freeing in fantasy itself. The point is to be freed from it.
Okay. Don't change fantasy. Change your relation to fantasy. You could have just said that, Mikey. No, I'm kidding.
Could I make a comment on that? By the way?
Please do, man. Please do. Yeah.
So I think the perfect example of someone stuck, captured by the fantasy and imbuing it with something like status is like figures like Andrew Tate or David Goggins, where they're like, yeah, you just need to sleep with a bunch of women and that's the thing, right? And then you'll be finally imbued with, you'll no longer have this lack. And well, no, precisely Lacan's point is, okay, maybe chasing after these goals that Andrew Tate and David Goggins, describe, maybe you might actually feel more fulfilled by chasing after those goals, and maybe you'll actually even enjoy it. But it's not because anything about the actual subject where you're trying to grab these women or whatever else is actually like fulfilling, but instead it's the traversal of the fantasy seems to be recognizing that the enjoyment of that fantasy is in the chasing after it. So you can have any sort of fantasy. there can be any, sort of thing in that place. It doesn't have to be, these misogynistic goals. Yeah.
I love it. Great example. But let me come out to bat for the Goggins man.
I'm the Gog. Okay.
David fucking Goggins, man, is not Andrew Tate. He's not even like, they are on different.
No, yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have jumbled them up in the whole sleeping with women.
Yeah, we'll take Tate and other pickup artists and like put them over in this one category. And then because Goggins, I'm pretty sure he's not like out here telling people to be womenizers. Like he's just telling people to carry boats and fucking go hard.
The logs.
Yeah, dude.
although to be fair, there was one video, it's really cringe, where he was public speaking and like this one dude was talking about how he was having, I think, relationship problems or something. And he's like, yeah, what you need to do is you need to record yourself in the morning and think to yourself, would a woman sleep with you if you sounded like that in front of her? So you need to get up and start. I was like, I cringed really hard. It didn't seem many people received that well either. But,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. But that's not as bad as Tate.
Not as bad as Tate.
All right. I think we half ironically love Goggins here because we go hard as fuck. We just don't, it's more like, it's more like streams and books and theory and stuff. But I was just a part of this Reno Tahoe Odyssey team, a team of, it's supposed to be 12 people. And we ran 178 miles collectively, taking turns. It was a relay race. And this was just over the last weekend. And our team's motto was get hard, go hard, stay hard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As a meme way of just playing off of the Goggins thing, because all the running people know about Goggins, so it was funny. But Anne will actually be popping on here in a second. She was one of the people in that race. And I'm going to play the other minute and 48 second here that has been sent by Mikey.
So yeah, that was a great question. All I'll say, or I want to clarify is, yeah, look, fantasy does have this essential role for us. Like it's like a filter, right? Almost a membrane. Like if we didn't have fantasy orienting our basic perspective on the world, it is like a kind of shield or protective thing. So precisely because it gives us an answer of how to go about living our lives in such a way as to make the other happy. The point is, like, fantasy neutralizes the radical alterity of the other, but the point is there is a radical alterity of the other. So while on the one hand, fantasy helps to make life bearable, it also completely distorts our reality. So we have access to reality or symbolic reality through fantasy, but it also distorts the real, the kernel of the real in the other. And we have such an investment that, we can, if we do X, Y, and Z, we'll make the other happy and fill in their lack. No, like the lack in the other is traumatic, but we also completely, force ourselves in all kind of neurotic behaviors because we can't accept that there's a lack in the other. So traversing the fantasy helps us to have I hesitate to use a healthier relationship to fantasy as such.
He hesitates saying it. I just said it. But people who are wondering what's the point of Lacanian analysis, I mean, that is basically it. That's the short version of what it actually is. It's a lot more complicated than that, which is why he hesitated to say that. But there we go. So you read to the end of this, right?
Yeah, I read to that very end.
Sweet. I'll take two, pass it to you. All right. Nonetheless, the idiosyncratic aspect of fantasy should not prevent us from seeing how fantasy can function at a general level. Zizek has highlighted time and time again the significant role fantasy plays in society, politics, and ideology. For him, there are ideological fantasies the various members of communities share and have in common. Yet these ideological fantasies, like personal ones, are centered around Objet Petit. In fact, Objet Petit is a sublime object in the title of Zizek's The Sublime Object of Ideology. As he says here, or as he says there, when, for example, in his speech at Lenin's funeral, Stalin proclaims, "We, the communists, are people of a special mold. We are made of a special stuff." It is quite easy to recognize the Lacanian name for this special stuff, Objet Petit, the sublime object. And that was from page 162 of The Sublime Object of Ideology. His point is that all ideologies elevate a particular object to the sublime status of Objet or das Ding. For example, freedom, the people, the nation, God, the church, history, blood and soil, equality, the free market, competition, proletariat, the king, etc. I love that list, by the way. It's a great list. This is also, okay, and then here's a giant quote. This is also the fundamental feature of the logic of the Lacanian object. The place logically precedes the place logically precedes objects which occupy it. What the objects in their given positivity are masking is not some substantial order of objects, but simply the emptiness, the void they are filling out. We must remember that there is nothing intrinsically sublime in a sublime object, according to Lacan. A sublime object is an ordinary everyday object which, quite by chance, finds itself occupying the place of what he calls das Ding, the impossible real object of desire. The sublime object is an object elevated to the level of das Ding. It is its structural place, the fact that it occupies the sacred forbidden place of jouissance, and not its intrinsic qualities that confer on it its sublimity. It's not the redness of the Corvette, and it's not the Corvetteness of the car, right? It is something else. Take it away.
The next aspect of Objet Petit that I want to briefly discuss is how it is the object of anxiety. For more on this, see my other blog post titled Why So Anxious? Kierkegaard, Heidegger, and Lacan on Anxiety. For Lacan, Objet Petit is not only what causes desire, but also causes anxiety. Quote, the most striking manifestation of this object the signal that it is intervening is anxiety, end quote. And that's from Seminar 10, Anxiety, page 86. Whenever Objet gets too close to the desiring subject, that is, when it gets too close to conscious experience, anxiety assails the subject. Anxiety is a warning system that warns the subject of the proximity of Objet Petit. Remember, Objet only works so long as it remains at a distance, so long as it is just a lure. According to Lacan, anxiety is about the lack of a lack, or the presence of something that was and or is supposed to be absent. Anxiety is about some overbearing presence that threatens to consume the subject, the overwhelming presence of Objet Petit. The desiring subject only exists as a desiring lack, so the presence of Objet the real of jouissance, is the threat of imaginary symbolic death, the deconstruction of our socialized egos. For fantasy, greater than, less than, losange simple, to function, Objet must remain off its stage or out of its frame. That is, it must remain something absent that we're unconsciously searching for in order to work. This nightmarish dimension of Objet Petit puts things in a different light. So far, we've seen how the desiring subject is always unconsciously pursuing Objet. But what if we perform a simple parallax, shift in perspective, I think that should be perspective, but shift in perceptive, and view it as that which is always pursuing us? The horror film It Follows perfectly represents this idea. There is an old horror trope of a monster relentlessly chasing its victim. We see this in Dracula, The Wolfman, Jaws, Halloween, Friday the 13th, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Child's Play, etc.
Hold on.
However,
Anne is joining us, so I'm just gonna welcome her to turn on her camera when she's ready. Hey, welcome, Anne. How you doing?
I'm good.
Sweet. Great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to turn on that light behind you because I have the magical ability to do that from my phone. Watch this, everybody. I'm going to turn on the... Wait, it didn't do it.
Oh, it's because the switch is off. Hold on.
Oh. No, that's a different switch though, right? Like I'm trying to turn on the light in the microwave room, not the kitchen. Oh, you're upstairs. I thought you were in the kitchen. Okay, stupid.
Oh.
We're in the same house, everybody, but it's also confusing. All the rooms look the same because we haven't decorated yet. So here's Anne, and by the way, Anne, Amar, Anne.
Hi, Amar.
So yeah, we'll let you both did a lot of speech and debate in high school, so that's cool.
Nice.
But go ahead and finish reading this paragraph, and then Anne is basically we're just each reading 2 paragraphs, and then we pass it on. So.
However, It Follows takes this to a whole new level. This monster, in and of itself is imperceptible. It reveals itself only in illusory forms, just like Objet Petit. Also, the it is like an STD, since it is sexually transmitted from one victim to the next. In other words, it emerges in your life as the remainder or trace of a past jouissance, just like Objet. In this horror film, the it never stops pursuing you. It never gets distracted and never rests. All it does is chase you. If it catches you, you die. One is left in constant anxiety by the imminence of this object. This lack of a lack, just like Objet. On the one hand, Objet is what keeps us living life, what keeps us striving for new and better things. But on the other, it is simultaneously what prevents us from ever having peace, satisfaction, and contentment. It is the bone in the throat of human existence.
Great. Also, it should be noted for the people who don't have eyes on screen or who haven't read this post in the past, Mikey put a lot of work into choosing a lot of images that get featured throughout the piece. So remember, this is your first pass. If you end up thinking it's worth it, then go back and read it later and you'll enjoy the photos. This one has this car with 2 people making out in the back and it says It Follows. And I'm assuming that's from the horror movie. Take it away, Anne.
Right. There is one more facet of Objet that makes it unnerving, and that is its relation to the desire of the other, since the latter often occupies the position of the former. One of Lacan's most famous sayings is, "Desire is the desire of the other." This contains multiple meanings. We desire what other people desire. We desire to be desired by others. We desire to satisfy the other's desire. We desire to know what the other desires. Desire, desires, desire. However, there is a fundamental enigma at the heart of the other's desire. That is, we can never be sure when it comes to the desire of the other. Think about that. We never know for sure what we desire, so how can we possibly be certain when it comes to the other's desire? People do things all the time in the name of their desire that we never see coming. Desire as such, yours and mine, is enigmatic. Why? Because the unconscious is always involved with it. We lack direct access to both our unconscious dynamics as well as those of the other, which means we can never master desire and all its secrets. We are never safe and secure when it comes to desire. Lacan provides a great image of the enigmatic nature of the other's desire. And this is all going to be a quote from Seminar 10, Anxiety. I'll recall the fable, the apologue, the amusing image I briefly set out before you. Myself donning the animal mask with which the sorcerer in the cave of the 3 brothers is covered. I picture myself faced with another animal, a real one this time, taken to be gigantic for the sake of the story, a praying mantis. Since I didn't know which mask I was wearing, you can easily imagine that I had some reason not to feel reassured in the event that, by chance, this mask might have been just what it took to lead my partner into some error as to my identity. The whole thing was well underscored by the fact that, as I confessed, I couldn't see my own image in the enigmatic mirror of the insect's ocular globe.
Great job. Great job. To clarify, Lacan wants us to envision ourselves standing before a giant praying mantis. Here's the catch. We are wearing a mask, and we do not know what mask it is. Is the mask that of the mantis's lover, enemy, offspring? We simply do not know what we are to the other's desire. Using the gaze of an insect is very appropriate, since insects are the creatures humans typically feel no warmth towards due to their radical alien otherness. But in truth, there is an aspect of every human that is insectival, namely enigmatic desire. Oftentimes, the other's desire is objet petit, or the cause of one's desire, and fantasy serves to answer the question, what do you want from me? And there's this image of a very big close-up face of a praying mantis. I guess I don't know if it's a big praying mantis. It's a close-up though. Yeah, so it's huge. And if that was actually across the room from me, and I didn't know if I was its enemy or lover, I don't want to be either in that situation, to be honest. But what's up, Amar?
Oh, I was just gonna say, after mating, praying mantis eat the person they mated with. They eat their head off, which is why that it's so scary. You know, which one am I? Am I gonna get eaten or am I the eater?
Yeah, am I gonna get fucked and then eaten or just killed? Like,
yeah,
it's a bad situation all around. If you end up in a room with a giant praying mantis, just look for the exit. That's my recommendation. Okay, this is the quote also from the Plaque of Fantasies. This is actually a reproduction of that same typo, Mikey. One should always bear in mind that the desire realized, staged in fantasy is not the subject's own, but the other's desire. Fantasy, phantasmic formation, is an answer to the enigma of Chevoy. You're saying this, but what do you really mean by saying it? Which established the subject's primordial constitutive position. The original question of desire is not directly, what do I want, but what do others want from me? What do they see in me? What am I to others? A small child is embedded in a complex network of relations. He serves as a kind of catalyst and battlefield for the desires of those around him. His father, mother, brothers and sisters, and so on fight their battles around him, the mother sending a message to the father through her care for the son. While he is well aware of this role, the child cannot fathom what object precisely he is to others, what the exact nature of the games they are playing with him is, and fantasy provides an answer to this enigma. At its most fundamental, fantasy tells me what I am to my others. All right, Amar.
If there's an upside to the anxiety-provoking desire of the other, then it is to be found in how it gives us a certain freedom. This encounter can actually bring us to a moment of self-determination wherein we take control of our own desire. This is something like desire's authenticity. Here, one's desire ceases to be the puppet of the other's desire and affirms its own freedom to choose for itself. As Zizek explains, and this is a block quote from The Puppet and the Dwarf, there is no freedom outside the traumatic encounter with the opacity of the other's desire. Freedom does not mean that I simply get rid of the other's desire. I am, as it were, thrown into my freedom when I confront this opacity as such, deprived of the phantasmatic cover that tells me what the other wants from me. In this difficult predicament, full of anxiety, when I know what the other wants something from me, without knowing what this desire is, I am thrown back into myself, compelled to assume the risk of freely determining the coordinates of my desire. That's the end of the block quote. To conclude, It should be said that Objet Petit is at the center of the human condition, for lack of a better word. Lacan says, quote, effectively everything turns around the subject's relation to end quote. That's from Seminar 10, 112. In his Borromean knot of the real, symbolic, and imaginary, Objet is located at the center of the three of them. The Objet is in the real insofar as it is that lost remainder of ourselves that is operative only so long as it remains the unconscious cause of desire. It's in the symbolic due to the fact that language itself is what produced it, as the remainder which all language circles around without ever grasping. Not to mention that fantasy is symbolically mediated and its object is Objet Petit. It also belongs to the imaginary because it is the last missing part of itself, that the ego needs in order to be whole. Wholeness has been the main motivating factor for the ego since its emergence in the mirror stage.
Great. Yeah, and so I have the image of the Borromean knot, imaginary, real, symbolic here. In between imaginary and real, it has JA. In between imaginary and symbolic, it has meaning. In between real and symbolic, it has J with the, is that the symbol for the phallus? And then in the center, it has A for the little object, the Objet. Mikey, I highlighted Borromean knot of the real, symbolic, and imaginary right there because that would be a good place to link your post on the Borromean knot because you have a post on that. So that'd be great to link right there. All right, Anne.
With all that being said, there is a tragic, pessimistic dimension to the subject's relation to Objet. Lacanian psychoanalysis can be summed up with the words of Oscar Wilde, quote, there are only two tragedies in life. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. And end quote, that is from Lady Windermere's Fan. The lack of jouissance is unsatisfying, but so too is jouissance itself. The Lacanian subject says neither desire nor jouissance, but those are ultimately its only two options. We desire in order to escape jouissance, drive, but then we spend all of our lives trying to regain it. Yet those who do find themselves submerged in jouissance, e.g., drug addicts, desperately yearn to get rid of it. Jouissance brings suffering because it is also located beyond the law. This is why Lacan said, jouissance is evil. That's from Seminar 7, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis. He also explained, it begins with a tickle and ends in a blaze of petrol. That's always what jouissance is, also from Seminar, oh no, not same, Seminar 17, The Other Side of Psychoanalysis.
Is that
What does this mean?
Page number?
Page 72.
Okay.
What does this mean? It means that going beyond the pleasure principle starts off with a mild sensation, but ends up quickly engulfing one. Jouissance goes from 0 to 60 in a split second, and there's no sense of a nice middle ground or habitable in between, Aristotelian mean, on this continuum. With jouissance, one goes from too little to too much in a snap of the fingers. However, desire has its own type of built-in suffering. Desire is always desire for something else. Quote, and the enigmas that desire poses for any sort of natural philosophy are based on no other derangement of instinct than the fact that it is caught in the rails of metonymy, eternally extending towards the desire for something else, end quote. That is from the instance of the letter in the unconscious écrit, page 431. The Objet Petit is at the heart of this tragedy. It is that lost part of jouissance we sacrificed on the altar of language, and that which we unconsciously seek out our entire lives. It is also a false promise of an ontological completeness we can never achieve. The Objet Petit is the impossible object, the unattainable it. As long as the subject is, it remains a lack. All it can do is chase that part of itself that is no part at all. The subject is a lack that pursues a reified lack.
That is to say, for Lacan, the subject, the barred, empty subject, and the object cause of its desire, the leftover, which embodies the lack that is the subject, are strictly correlative. There is a subject only insofar as there is some material stain left over that resists subjectivization, a surplus in which precisely the subject cannot recognize itself. In other words, the paradox of the subject is that it exists only through its own radical impossibility, through a bone in the throat that forever prevents it, the subject, from achieving its full ontological identity. So we have here the structure of the Mobius strip. The subject is correlative to the object, but in a negative way. Subject and object can never meet. They are in the same place, but on opposite sides of the Mobius strip. And that's from the Fragile Absolute, page 28. And I would just add, remember, the goal of Lacanian psychoanalysis is to have you come to terms with the impossibility of fantasy, of your fantasy objects, whatever those are, to give you, not so you overcome them and don't have fantasy, because then life would be meaningless, but so that you don't punish yourself for failing to achieve perfection. That's really what it's about. Don't beat yourself up for failing to achieve perfection. And remember, the more you do that, the more your drive gets off on it, which is addicting. And so it's addicting to beat yourself up, but also, come on, do you really want to live that way? I'm going to scroll down really quick. Oh, shit! Last paragraph! Holy cow. I was calling this part 1. I thought we were going to be reading this tomorrow. I've got people lined up for tomorrow. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, including Anne, joining to read tomorrow. But now I have good news to share. Instead of continuing reading Objet tomorrow, we can just dive right into the Phallus post, which is, yeah, exactly. All right, let's finish strong. So much more needs to be said about Objet Petit. I feel like I barely scratched the surface of this concept, but this post must come to an end. I do plan on writing more posts on Objet in the future. I'd like to go into greater detail on its place in fantasy and ideology. I'd also like to discuss how the psychoanalyst must become positioned as Objet in order for psychoanalytic work to be effective. Anyway, I hope this analysis of Objet Petit has been helpful. And then it's got a picture of Lacan's face in the middle of a rainbow spectrum, I don't know, meme format. And it says, yeah, keep looking for that Objet, suckers. Great. David said I need to turn up the air horn. It's a bit weak. Well, last time somebody told me it was blasting their eardrums out, so then I turned it down a little bit. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, I'll fix that. So any thoughts, you two?
Would you like to go first, Dan?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I obviously came in here on the tail end, but it's already like Mikey's writing is so clear. I think I've read the first chunk of this, and it's been a while since I've read the middle, so I'm actually looking forward to like reading it again. And yeah, Mikey's just really good at this. So this was awesome. Thank you, Dave.
To add on to what Anne said, I think this is why not only what Theory Underground is doing is important, but this is why what Mikey is doing is important. Because I could not, for the life of me, understand what Lacan was saying. There was such a long period where I was constantly reading him. I face him sometimes in debates. Lacan, like Lacanian psychoanalysis is used a lot. And you're just like, the thing is, the extinction of the thing circles, and you have no idea what's going on. And it was not until I read Mikey's work that everything clicked, and now I can read those complicated works. And so not only what Mikey's doing here is important, but what Theory Underground is doing here is important because you're creating these exegetical readings where now people can access this through a medium like purely audio, or, you know, you have all your other videos, as I've said to you before, an ungodly amount of videos, where it's just constantly interviews, lectures, all this other stuff. So the accessibility of all this is great. And yeah, I'm really happy with, you know, how this stream went. I thought we did a pretty good job. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And we'll have to stop there. No more compliments for Mikey. His head is already too big. The only compliment that will mean
Yeah, Mikey, get your goddamn manuscript done, motherfucker.
Yeah, stop sleeping on it, you fuck. Yeah, piece of shit. Oh, Ryan's meowing. Okay, Anne will go take care of Ryan real quick. No, the only compliment that's gonna really mean anything to Mikey, because he knows what his capacities are. I mean, I feel like we say all this shit not for Mikey's sake, but we say it's so that other people can realize how much admiration we all have for this kind of writing, so that other people hopefully get inspired to step up their game. But no, I think the only kind of honor that Mikey deserves and that I actually want to see and that I think he would be touched by would be an honorary doctorate. And I mean that. And the work that he's done on The Dangerous Maybe alone is enough to justify it. Instead, they give honorary doctorates to fucking military personnel. They give honorary doctorates to Elon Musk and, Steve Jobs. Like, these are the kinds of people who get honorary doctorates from these supposedly prestigious institutions that supposedly care about good scholarly work. Well, put your money where your mouth is, give the honorary doctorate to Mikey, and then he could actually teach, because there's no way that in his current position, he's able to go through the schooling system and get the doctorate the normal way. But he's obviously put in the work. And the fact that Todd McGowan and Jennifer Friedlander use this Objet post, as well as the Phallus post, as well as several other of his posts in the classroom with their freshman students and their doctoral students, is enough for us to be able to say, he's earned it, guys. I'm just putting this out there to the universe because I know there's people watching who are adjacent to people who actually can make decisions like that. And I think it's something that we all need to start advocating for. We might have to start a petition or something, but it's something that we've never actually put to words before on stream. It's something I've always thought, but it's like, no, we actually need to start saying that. Give him an honorary doctorate. Okay. But with that said, bringing it back to the kind of writing that we admire. I've got up on the screen Substack feed of notes. So this is just like my activity, I guess. But Andy Ridgway, who, by the way, did debate for like all of his time in high school, and then he coached it while he was at university, and he studied rhetoric and stuff. Andy's amazing. Andy reposted today's stream from his Substack, Hello Gorgias, and he said, Mikey is an amazing writer, so we'll probably be analyzing this post and his piece, Wage, Labor, and Jouissance, which is, by the way, in this Underground Theory volume. He said, we'll probably be analyzing this post in Theory Writing 101, the 8-week seminar and lecture series that starts this Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Was that volume better for you, David? So there you go, guys. I'm going to drop the link for the course that is starting this Saturday there into the chat. If you are broke and too busy to actually attend the workshop, go ahead and sign up at tier 1. But please, for the love of God, if you can, sign up at a higher tier, because the higher tiers get more time and energy and attention from Andy. And also it unlocks the workshop portion, which you'll have to actually be present for the remaining Saturdays of June, and then either Thursdays or Fridays in July, because we'll have those two options. I think one is going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday evenings in July, and the other will be at, I think, noon Friday throughout the month of July. And as I was saying, if you want to take the Introduction to Ivan Illich course, as well as the Lacan's Seminar 11 course with McGowan, and you want to do the Theory Writing 101 course because you just want to go hard as shit, then like there's one way that you could bundle all of those together and get a significant discount, and that is by direct messaging me either on Substack or on Discord or on Instagram or wherever the hell you see me at. And then also email, of course, hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. So that's pretty much what the plugs that I want to make, that I feel I have to make because, of course, it's important. And if you want to refine your craft, then you want to get in on this course. Anne's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Sean is going to be there half the time.
And I got to make a quick special plug for both of these. Because Andy, for those who haven't like seen any of the videos with him or like met him yet, and I barely know him, but just in like the video interactions we've had, Andy's super cool. Like he's such a cool guy to learn writing from and like to fail. I haven't even actually had a one-on-one with him yet, but I know that this course is going to be awesome. And then you mentioned Brian's Illich course, and Brian, we've got two like Boise State alum who are off doing awesome things, and Brian's master's thesis I think was a lot about like education, and so he is also another one who's just like passionate and excited and a really cool guy. So we've just got some awesome people teaching these courses coming up. Obviously McGowan's a cool guy, but just everyone associated with Theory Underground is really cool, and you should take courses because they're fulfilling and awesome. So that's I need to make that plug.
Thank you. And actually, I would ask you to elaborate on. Everyone knows how cool Mikey and Todd are, but could you elaborate a little bit on Brian as having worked with him on a course before?
Yeah. So Brian is, I guess, a little bit similar to Dave in just like how seriously he takes theory and philosophy, and he's like a busy full-time teacher, full-time dad, and he still like takes the craft very seriously when he gets the time to do it. I'm like really blanking on what his master's thesis was about, but Dave and I and a couple of friends all got to go see his presentation back in 2021, 2022, and it was just awesome, like how seriously he takes education and this idea of kind of de-schooling, and just, yeah, he's like really internalized and lives and breathes this idea of lifelong learning. I know his son is probably being read like Nietzsche to sleep or something. No, but yeah, Brian's just cool, and he's got a good energy, and he's like a outdoorsy biker runner. So he's just like an overall cool guy. Like the vibes are good. So I know that he will give amazing lectures. He'll do really good like questions and audience participation, lead good discussions with it. So it's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to that one because Illich is someone I'm really not familiar with, but I know that just for like education, he's like super important. And so that one will be a dope course.
Yeah, Illich is the guy people should have read instead of Habermas and Foucault. Now, of course, if people only read Illich, then maybe I'd be saying people should have read Foucault. But no, Illich is someone that has been radically overlooked, and insofar as he was received for a brief period of time when he was popular, he was received in the wrong way. And so we're going to be going into why he matters, and ultimately it boils down to thinking of institutions as human tools, and how they can be exploitative, manipulative, or convivial and nurturant of our higher human capacities. And there's no other thinker who's thought so much about that, as well as like actually working within the institution and against the institution as Ivan Illich. And so up on the screen, it starts June 13th, Thursdays at...
The screen is your screen showing the correct one?
Yeah, don't worry. Everyone else can see it, just not you all. But I did drop it in the comment section for you all to see here on Zoom. But no, yeah. So Thursdays at 11 p.m. Eastern time. June 13th, 20th, 27th, and on July 4th, because we don't even care. So that's at theoryunderground.com/courses/Illich-1. Hope to see you there, everybody. We've got to go. Ann and I have to go do what, Ann? What are we about to go do?
Gonna go do Jiu Jitsu.
Awesome. Amar, thank you so much for being here. This was great fun. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah,
All
nice
right.
to meet you.
Everyone, make sure to smash that like button and engage in whatever way you want to. All right. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McGuffin, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Zizek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. With that said, several subscribers did not migrate from the now defunct app to the new setup, and I'm guaranteed to lose people over time. So please, if you want to get involved, become a subscriber. If you're not even sure what this is all about but are just curious, then I've added Tier 0 and Tier 1 for very basic kinds of access to what we are doing behind the scenes. If you don't have any time or energy to get involved, but you do have some money to help support this project from afar, then please check out the Patreon. My patrons over at Patreon make the podcast and public YouTube possible. Thank you. As for once-in-a-lifetime events, check out the new poster for the American Idiots Theory Underground European Book Tour. Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford from April 27th to May 25th, 2024. 2 events are already fully booked out. Save a seat at an event by getting in contact with us ASAP. Finally, the call for proposals to our conference in Mexico.
What's up, everybody? TUCon 2024 update here. It's not happening in Mexico anymore, but it is still happening on October 24th through the 27th.
The change was made because a lot of the people that wanted to attend and that were expected to attend said they could probably afford to travel if they had more time advance notice. So save up for June 2025.
If you have to choose, right? Because this one that is happening this year is happening physically in Boise, Idaho, because we have a lot of collaborators and fellow travelers and co-instructors there. But you can attend virtually for this one. You won't be able to attend virtually next year. So yeah, if you have to choose, attend physically in 2025. The call for proposals already happened. The writing workshop for proposals already happened. You can still get the links to both of those. Just shoot us a message and ask for those links. We'll get you those. And the form goes live on June 1st, and the deadline is June 15th. So if you're attending physically, let me know ASAP.
Get in on it.
All right. Finally, last little thing here is to say thank you so much to my patrons over at Patreon. The Patreon is for people who are too busy to be students or subscribers at Theory Underground, but who want to see more of this free content on the podcast and YouTube channel for Theory Underground. You are the ones who see something of value in the free content being made available here, and you want to see more of it. Your patron pledges at Patreon are a real motivator for me. So thank you so much, especially to Erilyn Lawrence, Bert Vanderkar, Carl Vanderlip, Nikolai, Sakil, Zoxandra, Darian, Max, Al, Alagiri, Ben, as well as several others including Core Atlantic, Louis, Matt Payne, Neil, Simon, and Yiz.